Starting the stream.
Oh yeah.
Great. It says that we are live. Everything looking good. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I've got audio. You've got audio. We are gravy. Super gravy.
Super gravy.
Super gravy is a very powerful saying.
You know, super gravy, that might be like Echo's preferred bath. Super bath time, super gravy.
Super
But-
gravy.
Yeah, that's probably better for him.
Thanks. I hate it.
I'm
Or like a little chinchilla bath.
I kind of wish I didn't
It's a dust
say
bath.
that, but I said it now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take that back.
Just gravy. Okay.
You shouldn't have said that. Like
Hello and welcome back, everyone, for another session of Well Divers. Ba 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 ba.
sorry. What got me? Okay, easy there.
Yeah, I know. I'll be your host, TwoHands. And before we begin our grand adventure, who do I have the pleasure of playing with this fine evening?
Hello everyone, I go by Aludriea Luna. I'll be playing Anvisol Erlenor this evening. Tired scholar, recently
Tired
traumatized, very tired player. I'm on a couple that, running a bit of a fever, but I'm here for it. You know, that's just how fucking hot these sessions are. Real spicy lately. Yeah, I don't know. Anvisol's now apparently also, local liberty enjoyer. Welcome to the front, folks.
I'm Joe, and I'll be playing Borikrios, your resident Shadarkai talent. This is gonna be some fun.
Resident something.
Resident something.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sharkbait, and I will be playing Echo, the Fey Blood Ranger, who now you guys know doesn't want to take baths. He's very stinky, very smelly, but we love him.
Very understandably now. We understand.
Yeah, you guys doubted him.
Codename Gravy Train.
Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, all right. This session resumed with the party reconvening at the war room. Their plan didn't, however, include a quarter of the city detonating in fire, including the Bloodfang estate. Change of plans. The fires raged in the markets to the northeast, and in the southwest, the Dark Blade family continued to resist the imperial fist of the combined Bloodfang and Splinter Shaft families. 68 dead on the first day of resistance. Many of the fallen were ceremonially incinerated, but some, convinced by the words of Anvisol, allowed their fallen to serve Ravgath even in death. Echo, Bori, and Anvisol all had differing perspectives on what lengths they were all willing to go to save the Hobgoblin people. The Fey Blood Ranger hoped the party didn't need to forsake their souls to save these people. He worried about Anvisol's eagerness to turn any Hobgoblin opposition into undead, citing he would still like to be welcome in the city after it's saved. Bori seemed somewhere in between Echo and Anvisol with their beliefs, and cited it was currently a necessary evil. And Orin suggested, what if we could bring them back after we bring them back? The Stormcrows ventured back to the Splinter Shaft estate to recover after the battle in the markets. Echo gave healing to Orin. He was struggling to keep up with his friend. He had been stabbed several times and burned by the black chaos flames. As Echo began cleaning the half-lucid Orin and tending to his wounds, under his clothes he was covered in papers adhered all over his body. Curious, Echo tugged at one gingerly. Necrotic energy exuded from the paper, withering everything around it. He quickly put it back. Echo's fingertips of that hand had aged, and were slowly returning to their original vitality. Echo, of course, asked about them. Orin explained that these were spiritual seals, and that he knew little about them, only that Eridark placed these seals on him, and that he had clouded and dark memories that led up to this event. Orin recited that these spiritual seals keep me, and he's not been brave enough to ask what happened, as Eridark never speaks of it. The two shared a moment before recollecting on their experiences with the fanatical Eridark, and how they always feel they're part of some plan. But that deep down, Orin believed Eridark cared in some way for Echo, and noted that if he didn't know better, that the Aludrian makes a point to never show it. As Echo tucked Orin in, who faded fast, Orin began thrashing in his sleep, clutching at his neck, whispering, "I'm so sorry." Echo left to make his rounds and check on the others. Bori used distant voice and reached out to the unknown entity that saved him from the fire. He thanked them for saving him, asking, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Asking to speak. Dark smoke began to billow underneath the bedroom door. The doorknob glowed white-hot, and a hooded figure clad in black armor with dark feathered wings resting at its back entered the doorway, holding a wicked-looking black metal scythe. Bori, astounded, was surprised that they came. The winged creature mentioned that these were indeed extraordinary times. The chaos curse within Bori wreathed at the creature's presence, and when asked who he is, and that he resembled the Raven Queen, he mentioned that he is not with the Raven Queen, but is very close with death, and introduced himself as Malakha Mavet, and pointed at Bori's quivering arm, convulsing with chaos. He knew why Bori drank the chaos curse, citing the elf's intentions were pure, and that Bori was ready to sacrifice himself to stop the chaos, but the curse threatened to consume him, unless he chose a different path. In his mind, Bori flipped through the many fables and bedtime stories he'd heard growing up, and realized that he spoke with an angel of death. The dark figure promised there was a way to stop the curse from turning, to become a dark avenger like them, the only way to balance the darkness within him and the purity of his heart. He sent Bori into a deep, transformative sleep. Echo, making his rounds, saw this dark, shadowy figure, and Bori making eye contact with him just as he was knocked unconscious. And Vizal and Echo, yeah, it was a little. There was mist, lots of mist, dark mist. Anvizal and Echo had a heart-to-heart about how far they are willing to go together, but that ultimately they are there for each other. Echo gave Anvizal some healing and saw the eyeball that was growing out of Anvizal's palm. His attention seemed elsewhere, though, his gaze drifting towards the dragon skin-bound tome. After Echo left, Anvizal began speaking with someone, a seemingly one-ended conversation, and Anvizal was asking the voice to show him what he needs. The pages of the book began flipping on their own, stopping midway. The text before his eyes began shifting into common, sentence by sentence, line by line, quickly shifting back into ancient hobgoblin. Anvizal could only catch Trap Soul, 4th level. The voice asked, "Join me and be part of my agenda. She has something I want, the Raven Queen." Anvizal offered access to the prized souls inside the spirit continuum, and that, if it stuck with him, he could get them in. The voice responded, "If you stick with me, you could live forever, and maybe learn all of the secrets in this book." Echo, overhearing that concerning conversation, headed to the kitchen and found Mergen, the servant girl. Mergen, actually I renamed her Not Mogra, the servant girl, struggling against a ghoul.
No!
Yes. Yes. Echo sighed, racking around in her proverbial shotgun, saying, "Something ain't right in these parts." And then he started blasting. Saving Not
I
Mogra.
remember.
The servant was frightened to hear that there were ghouls in the basement, and she ran out of the house to find Atreus, after it seemed that Echo knew and didn't seem bothered about it. Echo warned Anvizal. While Bori was still sleeping, they went into the basement to do a head count. Finding one dispatched in the kitchen was missing. They decided to increase security and lock the undead in the basement, Anvizal hoping to further secure them with chains and to enlist the Splinter Shaft wizard to ensure control while they were away. Atreus Splinter Shaft returned later that night with several dozen hobgoblins waiting outside the estate, standing at attention. Atreus, beside Mogra, walked side by side together, and after gathering the group, very calmly asked what happened, explaining that he had heard Mergen's side, but needed to hear from them, as many questions still remained. They talked it out, and as Atreus was leaving, he says, "We will win," Anvizal whispered under his breath, "at any cost." The Stormcrows left the Splinter Shaft estate at the witching hour, heading to the Great Well. They felt the tingle in the back of their minds and began hearing each other's thoughts. Bori realized something was missing. Someone. Freemy was nowhere to be found. It seemed she had left in her uncertain emotions while suffering from amnesia. Anvizal jumped headfirst into the well. Bori backflipped in, followed by Echo, Orin, and Mogra. As the group descended, only the sound of the wind ripping at them was heard. More than 10 seconds of free fall goes by. Bori activated psionic flames as they entered a great cavern. An entire city in an unfathomably large cavern with thousands and thousands of infinitesimal dots coming into view in lines as far as the eye could see across the cavern floor. They were graves. Another 10 seconds of free fall passed. They see there was another well, and the descent continued. One by one, they entered the ancient well. One by one, they entered magical darkness. Anvizal shouting, "Sound off!"
Not how it went.
You know, it was a good call. The group began hitting some thick webs, Anvizal punching through them at speed, narrowly missing them. The rest were slowed by the webs. Bori cut through all but one, his hellblade becoming entangled. He heard ominous, hungry chatter in the darkness. Spiders were approaching. They broke free and finished their descent, still in darkness, landing in a sea of fallen lope. And in a stroke of insane luck, Anvizal found the actual end of that rope and the way out of the magical darkness. The cavern was an ominous sight. At its center stood a rickety stage, illuminated by crude limelights that flickered with an unsettling incandescence. Surrounding the stage were rows of makeshift benches carved from the rubble, forming an impromptu theater. Above the stage hung a crude sign reading, "The Tunnels Bazaar." Feral hobgoblins, their faces painted with thick, smeared makeup, shuffled onto the stage with mechanical, uncanny precision. They moved without emotion, single-minded in their tasks. Some clambered up unstable ladders to light the limelights, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows across the cavern walls. Above it all, a giant dream catcher, fashioned from bones and strands of silk, swayed gently. Within it, shimmering fragments of memories and thoughts swirled, and occasionally were caught in its web. A hobgoblin wearing an absurdly large hat climbed up and plucked one such fragment, stretching it out as though reading a scroll, and then, descending from his perch, began to direct the others into position. The stage was quiet. The first act had begun. A small hobgoblin sat with a book, reading and soothing nonsensical babble to a group of hobgoblins dressed as children in rags. Their faces were etched with hope as they clung to every incomprehensible word. Slowly the lights dimmed, and the sheen shifted. On the left side of the stage, the reader now wore a robe and sat at the table, overflowing with food. He flipped through the books leisurely, taking bites from a feast. On the right, the two children from before were joined by two more figures, all seated at an empty table. Barren plates, cries of hunger, filled the cavern. The hobgoblin scholar, now panicked, gathered his books and fled, boarding a small boat. On the right side of the stage, that grew darker. as the children slumped one by one, lifeless, onto the table. One child clutching the book, whispering incoherently, trying to recite the bedtime story. As the book slipped from their grasp, the lights on that side faded completely. The scholar on the book never looked back, vanishing into the dimming light. And so began the next act. 2 young hobgoblins appeared, one dressed as a boy and the other in a flowing dress. They played games, they laughed. Laughter was heard throughout the cavern as they held hands and spun in delight, but the lights dimmed, and the scene split into 2. On the right, the hobgoblin in the dress revealed boyish clothes underneath. A stern figure, dressed as a mother, stormed in, scolding them, forcing them back into the dress, forcing the wig back on. Her babble was filled with reprimand. On the left, the boy sat alone at a table with 2 empty chairs. A shiny crown rested on one of them, tantalizingly close. As he reached for it, another hobgoblin dressed in leaves entered, clutching that crown protectively, shaking his head, terrified, and sat at the table, leaving the boy to stare longingly into the empty chair. The scenes shifted again, and the 2 children were reunited, holding hands, as the mother doted on them, throwing rice and ringing bells in celebration. But the hobgoblin in leaves returned, his rage palpable. He struck the mother and dragged the boy off stage, yelling in nonsensical fury. And the mother, now consumed by rage, prepared a super bath. She forced the child in dress, now removing the dress and the boyish clothes into the water. Her anger exploded as she plunged the child's head underwater repeatedly, her tirades growing louder with every dunk. The child flailed helplessly as the lights dimmed, leaving only shadows, and thus began the final act. 2 hobgoblin boys appeared on the center stage, laughing and playing hide-and-seek. Together they constructed a precarious fort from scraps and had mock battles with sticks. Their innocence filled the air until the lights faded and the scene changed. Now older, the boys staggered across the stage, battled and bruised, their camaraderie replaced by an ominous silence. A gang of other hobgoblins surrounded them, one wielding a knife. Chaos erupted as the group attacked. One boy fell to the ground, dazed. The other was pinned, hands clutching his throat. Desperate, the fallen boy reached for a hammer. Rising shakily, he swung with brutal force, spraying fake blood across the stage. The gang recoiled, and the other boy lay very still. The victor stood trembling, hammer in hand, with an expression a mix of rage and despair. The lights shifted again. The 2 hobgoblins, now seasoned warriors, sparred in a marked circle. One wielded a shield and a sword, and the other a hammer. The audience of hobgoblins in makeshift bleachers cheered them on. The sparring was rhythmic, practiced, until the hammer wielder's eyes glowed a violent purple. Overcome with fury, he rained blows upon the shield until it splintered. His opponent's cries of terror gave way to silence as the hammer fell again and again. The hammer wielder lifted his weapon in triumph, but the glow in his eyes dimmed. He stared at the bloody hammer in horror as the lights faded. As the final scene dissolved into darkness, the cast of hobgoblins lined up across the stage, their faces still painted with the grotesque makeup. They were devoid of expression as they took a synchronized bow, and without a word, they skulked off into the shadows, leaving the stage empty. The lime lights flickered and died, plunging the cavern back into silence once more. The giant dream catcher creaked to a slow halt. The bizarre theater faded into the darkness, its haunting tale lingering in the air like an unshakable shadow. The storm crows were very quiet after the curtain call, the 4 core contemplating deeply the events that unfolded. No names, faces, or any real words were used, but they all knew what they had just witnessed. Their own deep and dark memories laid bare before them all. We resume our session amidst the ruins beneath that ancient city. Mogra broke the silence, twirling a wisp of memory blue around her finger, saying, It's clear the further we go, the less the thoughts are our own and much more material. As she twirls the bluish white memory around her finger in deep thought. We resume here below the ancient city in some layer of ruins, and before you all is a small stone bridge that spans a shallow chasm. Another bridge.
Ah, yes, a bridge.
Goddamn Bridget. Nah.
Well, that show sucked. I don't know about you guys. I hated that.
I hated it as well.
I hated it the first time.
It was bad. Yeah.
The first time was awful.
What's Mogra will chime in. What's our game plan, guys? We're down here. We're in a well beneath a well. I know we need my book of names. That's probably with Priarch. Jamuniakin, Mind Witch, whatever you want to call him. We hope to find Calcutt's family's history while we're here to help her connect to the Meldiha, or the spirit continuum as you all call it. And yeah, talk to the big guy. What did you say? Bring him into the fold or bring him low, right?
Yes.
A lot of pressure.
Yes, well, that's nothing new for the Stormcrows. Do try and keep up.
We are pretty experienced in facing things that will destroy everything.
We have no right. Oh,
To
goodness,
think
stop
it
that.
has only been, what, a week and a half?
Don't.
World
Get
is
it
so
done.
much harsher than I expected.
We need to get
You
back
are not
topside and then stop the land from being plunged into another winter. Well, actually, we need the power of the Prince of Frost and Darkness to then stop chaos or halt it. Let's just focus on what's in front of us. A mind which seems to have spent the time to set us up a nice welcoming party. The least we could do is pay it forward. Let's get moving. Deep breaths. Do any of you have any way to make us faster? I was hoping for like a nice spacious cavern overhead that we could just fly up to his door. It's not that, so any way to be slipping past these what should we call them? They're not hobgoblins anymore. Cave
I don't
goblins?
have
That
anything.
sounds derogatory.
They've only been so far identified as feral hobgoblins, but like that's all you guys are aware of currently.
We're calling them the Fallen now.
I like that.
Because they've literally
You have
fallen.
no idea. That's
Fallen or the Forgotten?
I like the Fallen.
Well, they're not forgotten because we're here. We can very clearly see them. They put on a play for us. I'm not going to forget that. I'll definitely be talking to both of you later this evening. But
You see Bori's eyes
You
like,
can
oh,
talk to
fuck.
Bori.
you can talk to Bori.
I'd rather
Okay.
not.
All right. You know what? One thing at a time. So we have to find a way to get through the Fallen for various reasons. I would prefer not to resort to violence, but if we do, I suppose that would be convenient. I didn't bring too many of the ghouls. I set them to working. Just a couple. Few, even. So, who wants to take point?
I can track this guy if I got something of his somewhere, but I don't think we have any organic material.
No, that's
That was my bad. I should have worded that differently. Anyway,
Oh, natural.
that's not
Oh,
not really the
natural,
relationship I have with. Like,
it's like there's no like hair, I'm assuming, or I don't know. The spell says fingernail clippings, which
I
would
feel
be
like he
really
probably doesn't leave his room.
gross.
So
Probably not.
let's
He's
go and try
probably-
and find where resistance is either more or less, and we can use that to.
By all
My
means.
understanding, especially if he's been using his mind to control and lead others. Well, I mean, I hope that means he's physically out of practice. It's been a while. But on top of anything, my understanding is he's likely a recluse.
Although if he's anything like Bori's kind of scary.
What do
Yeah.
you mean? I am a teddy bear.
You are kind of spooky in combat, my guy.
I mean, I don't know what
Just
you're
saw a play
talking
about him
about.
killing his best friend.
Uh-huh.
Listen. All right. Listen. You all have the runes that you can. All you need to do, put it up against the top of your mouth in the event that we run into the Mind Witch. That'll help a little bit with some of the spookiness. A little bit. Then just don't die. It's as easy as that. And Avazol's just going to start going.
Nice. Amazon
Okay.
takes off. As he walks through the mist, you can see swirls kind of coming off of him as he goes. You all have swirls coming off of you as you go. Where do you guys go?
We're going.
Amazon and Bori are just walking.
Okay.
We're going. The goal here is going to try and have Echo more or less track where there's more or less foot traffic.
Mhm.
Where it seems to be like more heavily guarded. Although knowing the Mind Witch, I feel like he's pompous enough to not be heavily guarded. Like,
He's probably gonna lead us right to him. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna take the like easiest path.
there you go. Yeah,
Sure.
I appreciate that. Echo, lead us to victory. I believe in you.
Thank you. Here we go.
Yeah. Everyone, roll me perception checks. Actually, just Anvizal and Bori right now.
Let's go. Okay.
All right.
That is
Not
going
at
to be
disadvantage because he is not strained.
It's gonna be a 22, baby.
Oh yeah.
10.
Now that Anvizal finally can see in the dark, he's like, look with your special eyes. Barbara, yeah, natural one.
So
Amazing.
you guys just hear like the biggest like clang. It sounds like some pots and some pans fell, and you hear squabbling and just like the weirdest like guttural noises in this what looks like a ruinous building up ahead.
Okay. Perfect.
I'll ping where it's coming from. It's coming. You're
Sounds
coming hearing some stuff
suspicious.
coming from here.
So pots and pans. I don't know how much food these guys get, but I'm just gonna roll with the idea that they're just like misbegotten chefs, and I'm gonna pull out some rations and hail them. Hear me out, GM. I've got comprehend. Well, actually, can I roll like a history check to know how much of like ancient hobgoblin I'd be able to pick up? Like, can I
Sure.
say like bathroom? Which way to mind which? Like,
Yeah, roll me a history. No, just roll me
remember Simba.
yeah, history check will be fine.
I appreciate it. All right. History is going to be a 28.
So you know a lot of languages. You've studied a lot of languages, and you know
Oh, yeah.
Hobgoblin. And you're not detecting really any of the meat and potatoes of modern or old languages. This might just be feral, guttural speech, you know?
Okay.
That's
You
that's
know
kind of
what?
what you're getting from that 28.
In that case, half of the dwarven language is just griping with words that don't yet exist. So Impazon's gonna try his best. If he can't pass, I'll cast comprehend languages just to make things simple for translation efforts, because never again. I'm sorry, TwoHands. For years ago, I am sorry. But Ambazal's gonna try and hail them, clearly present as a non-threat, and then have some food that I'll toss their way. And I'm trying to communicate looking for boss, where he big guy.
Interesting. Yeah, so what's your approach strat? You don't see them yet, but I guess want you guys as a group position yourselves where you want
as
to
a
be.
group, Ambazal is gonna call out oh, oh.
Roll me a performance check for that. I love it.
Let's go. So 15, that's the best
He's not
performance
bad.
I've ever rolled. He's in his element right now.
With that 15, you just hear
It's
it's everything stops inside that ruined building.
Ambazal's just channeling his inner, he's just channeling where he was raised. He was not raised on books initially.
He's gonna,
Alright. Bori, you're bigger than me, so I'll do the talking, you do the being physically present.
Mm-hmm.
And Echo, you be the person who has a gun.
Yeah, I'll do that.
They all need to know.
Whoa. The Fate 20.
Ooh.
The Nat 20. On
Yo,
the Fate
Nat 20! Let's go! Natural one to hide, Nat 20 for something. I'm so here for it.
So the party or the hobgoblin sees you all, looks at the party, eyes get really big.
Oh yeah.
And then he goes inside and disappears. And you just hear and then you see a bunch of others congregating, or you hear them, you don't see them. Let's get all these guys out of hiding.
This is so silly right now.
Yeah, and you guys see just a group of these guys just roll out, and they're all staring at Bori.
Yeah, that makes sense. Bori, take lead. Act like you own the place. I'll back you up.
Ori will walk forward and
Bori,
just look at them. What is their
Roll me an
I'm not-
insight.
their whole reaction?
I'm not saying you're backed by Drow, but act like you're backed by Drow. Just be the biggest dickhead right now.
Pretend you're his brother.
That is a dirty one
Ooh,
for insight.
31.
A dirty one.
Oh,
They are staring at you. They have 1 foot behind them. And you can't really read their expression, but they're all staring at you with big wide eyes. What do you do?
Bori's going to point a finger at them and then point a finger at his feet.
Roll me a
Bori.
performance. I already know what's going to happen because of the Fate 20, but just roll me a performance for me.
An 8.
All right. So, dude, they get on their hands and their knees, and they start shuffling towards you. You can hear their terror, and you can see their bodies physically shaking.
Well, that answers any questions that I had. They fear him.
Good. Use it.
I don't know if I want to.
Okay, then I don't. I mean, it's
One of
it's your
them
call.
tugs at your foot, and then immediately like holds the hand and just like cowers like this.
Bori will like reach down and
Oh,
Bori will reach down and like grab the chin of whatever one was trying to get his attention and like just bring him up, like stand him up.
become the savior, Bori. Lift these people.
It's like
Wait.
flinching.
And Bori's gonna
It's terrified.
Bori's just gonna try and have the most neutral like look on his face, not like a pissed off or like a like I'm gonna save you look, just a neutral face.
Very good.
And then he'll speak into its mind telepathically.
Oh
Very mind witch out of 10.
I was hoping you would do that.
All right,
And
so
what is it?
I want you to roll me a straight intelligence check.
Straight intelligence. A 9. Wow.
Bori, please.
Holy hells.
A 9.
And I don't have any pressure points to add to this. I haven't gained any strain yet.
All right. Let's see how he does. So you start pushing into this thing's mind, and you feel yourself being pushed out. But you have a moment to communicate that what you ask, and it looks at you, and you hear it kind of quickly say, "What do you want?" You know, in your best understanding of its intentions verbalized in your head, you hear a question. You have the ability to have one more exchange of words. You say something and it answers before you are pushed out of this mind by something else.
By something else. Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny.
Show me to my chambers.
That's
Let's
cheeky, and I'm here for it.
Let's see. Does this one have the ability to figure
What's a chambers?
that out? Okay. So it takes you north.
Northward.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least
I have-
it motions north.
Motions northward.
Mm-hmm. And then it kind of like stiffens up and looks at you again, confused.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. The rest of them like stiffen up and do the same thing, or are they all just
No,
still
the rest
groveling?
of them are just like still groveling. They have not moved.
Bori looks to the rest of the group. Primarch, I assume.
Are you talking to me
To-
or some?
To the hobgoblin.
Oh, you don't hear anything.
Well, this one had motioned the northward. Shall we?
We shall.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Bori will just pat this one on the shoulder.
Definitely like flinches when you do.
Oh god.
Before everyone, before we all like get past all of the goblins or the hobgoblins, he'll try and do like a not like a mass telepathy, but just like try and speak into each of their minds. Quit your groveling.
Now what cooking?
Okay. So
And then he doesn't ask for or like try and get a response. He just says that and then turns back around.
they don't immediately stop. They just all stay. You just walk. There's enough space to walk through them.
Mm.
Okay, that works.
Shall we?
So now, let's get moving.
As we walk away, Echo will lean over to Bori and be like, Bori, that was so cool.
I don't know. I don't. Couldn't really get anything out of that one. It was like I was pushed out.
They seemed a little spicy.
Well, we are kind of in his domain. So
Duh. Which is why I tried not to push the envelope further. If they are fearful of him, who knows what they might do to someone who looks like him, but
Fair.
isn't actually him. As we're going past this room, GM, is there anything that we see in the room
roll
that
me
they
a
came
perception
from?
check.
A 9. Damn.
Yo got a nice ass carpet in there? Give me that now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
right.
cool carpet, man. So it's not hard to see. There is a large mural painted on the wall. Would you like to see what it is?
Yes.
So you can see that in the room they were kind of fussing over some rancid smelling meat and kind of fighting over it, clashing. The sound of debris kind of flying everywhere as they're fighting over some food. And you see this fairly old looking mural, probably as old as the ruins around here, on the wall. Some parts of it have crumbled. But it looks like it's one of a series of murals that were painted a long time ago. And the mural is this large dragon imposed over a wasteland of destruction, with red flesh that looks like it's dribbling and dripping like liquid, protected by shaped, thick plates akin to a suit of armor covering this huge beast. And the draconic beast stands amongst a graveyard of fallen soldiers. Shattered shields, broken spears, all lay at its feet. As far as the eye can see, an entire army lies destroyed at this dragon's feet. And in this mural, in the very center bottom, one single hobgoblin stands alone in defiance atop mounds of their fallen, a book in one hand and a staff in the other.
Echo. Andvasval, you might want to take a look at these.
Let me saunter on in here. What do we got? Appreciating some art, Bori?
It is certainly something.
This is a grim scene.
It is foul smelling.
I think that's just what happens when you encounter a dragon.
Moger pops her head in. What'd you guys find? Whoa.
Oh, it's fuck. Whoa! That's a good response.
Is this a mural of the past? Or
It's hard to say. Is there any inscriptions?
Can Evisol check for like a signature or something here?
She'll pop on over. You guys want to help me look?
Absolutely.
oh yeah.
Everyone roll some perception check. There is a little bit of rubble at the bottom of this.
Hell yeah, let's
bottom.
go. It's gonna be a natural 20.
Fuck, you found it.
Oh my god.
Well,
Listen, all I'm saying is I don't have a grimoire made of like supple dragon flesh for nothing.
so you guys are just start clearing rubble. And Anvisol, you find some squiggles that you can't immediately read.
Okay.
And so you yell for your local ancient hobgoblin translator.
Let's go.
And Mogra kind of comes on over. You know, she's like, "What'd you find? What'd you find?" Looks in at what you have here. You guys work together to uncover it. And she says it's a very old dialect, but luckily it's very similar to some of our oldest artifacts, including that book. It reads, "Through rivers of blood the fields were stained. Death took all, but a lone soul remained. His magic forever spent, his runes were purged. Remember, remember the Crimson Scourge."
Oh.
That sounds friendly.
Okay, Edvisol's just gonna go ahead and commit this to memory. This entire scene right here. Like, studying it, thinking about his ancestors, remembering to when he used to be a pharaoh. My roots, they call to me.
She just shrugs. Sounds wild. Ring any bells? Just kind of like
It
looks
does.
around.
It does, actually. I believe this is to be my nemesis. I might have to put them
shit.
back in the grave. Yeah, when you were bleeding out on the floor the other night, I
Ah,
believe this is what awakened deep underneath. Oh, we're deep underneath Calculi. Oh.
Oh no.
Let's hope the Mind Witch and him don't hang out. I don't want to have to deal with both of these right now.
And result. Is this the thing that we fought?
So
That was inside the Baptiste?
right before, yes, that.
Fuck me,
Actually,
running.
yeah, they talked some mad shit right before the building collapsed when all of you had gone out. I think I really screwed them over in my past life, so I can't necessarily blame them for being upset. I'm just a little disappointed I'm gonna have to deal with it now.
Well, looks like all of our paths are coming back to bite us in the ass.
Yeah, something like that. Well,
Fuck.
a little sketch of this, like that's pretty sick. I'm gonna write down the wording here. Can you either post that for me in chat or read it one more time, GM? I want to make sure I've got it down exactly.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
I'll post it in somewhere. Resources, Rodinia. There you go.
Nice, thank you. Finally, some good heckin' food.
Oh yeah.
Remember the Crimson Scourge. So cool.
I thought it was pretty neat.
I don't want to talk to the Crimson Scourge.
What?
So
He sounds like a fun chap.
yeah. Where do we go next, folks?
A very loose definition of fun.
Well, with your chaotic ass, I'm sure he's a lot of fun.
Okay, fair. You know what? All right, Bori. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Incredible. Lead the way, Bori. You haven't led us astray so far.
I don't know about that, but okay.
Onward.
To your right, there is
Tally
a
ho,
chasm.
radio.
It's probably about 40 foot down. It looks like there's a ladder on the other side that leads down. And there are two large ruinous buildings like the one that you were just in. One on the other side of the chasm. The chasm's only, maybe like 20, 30 feet across, and it shrinks towards this building. And then the other building is in here, ahead of you guys to the north. You can see something much larger, some type of maybe a citadel or something looming much further down the path. When I say path, this is rubble.
Rubble, yeah.
You're scaling ancient stone.
Where people have seemingly, moved in places.
The ceiling is very uneven, too. It's not like a quick hop, skip, and jump. So, lots of stalactites and stalagmites as well. What's up, Boris?
How long does Featherfall last?
10 rounds, I think. 300 feet or something like that.
It's a minute.
This
a minute,
chasm's
okay, so
only
it's gone.
40 or so feet deep. You can see the bottom of this chasm. It's just like a difference in depression of the earth,
Nice.
When are we going to stop going down?
So here's the thing. I'm just going to put it out there.
Technically speaking,
There is a straight path forward, and there are other things that you could find, that you could interact with, like this, that are lore, and certain things could be found. It's up to you how you guys want to approach it. There's no right answer, there's no wrong answer. I'm here for you guys. What would you like to do?
Well,
Maybe
the
we should-
obvious. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, maybe we should make sure we check or cross our X's, dot our I's, cross our T's, before we go down. Just, we've been going down for a while, y'all. This is I'm a little concerned.
it go down. Technically, I just realized Anvizal still has the rope. The end of the rope that he found.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We could just keep going.
Oh, I forgot. When you guys rolled an investigation, somebody roll me a Fate 20. This is for what you guys found while you were excavating.
Ooh, that's fun.
Bori?
Bori.
Okay.
I believe in the name of love.
Go off, King.
Ooh.
Very middle of the road.
Christ.
Roll me a D2
Two.
and a D10.
Two.
Okay.
1, 5.
Okay. So you find a necklace dropped by, you assume, one of these feral hobgoblins, the Fallen. You find and it's a string of enchanted teeth from underdark predators, granting and intimidating aura.
That's pretty metal.
All right.
I like this one. It's menacing.
Who wants it?
I feel like you should be wearing that. People are already terrified of you.
The?
Yeah, that's
Oh yes,
really
the
gonna add to the
necklace of
effect.
ears.
Yes. Okay. He'll put it on, and if it's something that requires attunement, I guess I forget what your rules are for attunement, GM. If you changed it or not.
I think I go with what I think the quick attunement. I think it takes 1 minute to attune, if I recall. So
Okay.
This doesn't do anything super special that you're aware of.
It's menacing.
It's called the Bloodsinger necklace.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Alright, well, definitely adding that.
Just saying, it's pretty cool.
All right, where do you guys want to go next? Go on and shuffle.
I feel like we should definitely go down into the pit last.
Yeah. Yeah.
We want to explore.
Substantially easier to go down than it is to come back up.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a pit, there is a citadel just kind of in the distance.
Mhm.
And was there one more area, like point of
There's
interest?
like two little ruinous buildings, one ahead of you and one on the other side of the pit, where the ladder is to go down the pit.
Ooh, okay. My vote would be.
Go
ahead.
ruinous building number 1. That's my vote.
And then we take this rope down, then take that ladder back up to check out that other ruinous building, and then we can head off towards the citadel.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Nice.
I want to check off all the things.
Indubitably.
Groovy.
Groovy, baby.
Bye. Incredible.
So we're going this way, right?
Yep.
We approach
This
it.
is the first ruinous
Approach
building.
the child.
Approach the
No.
child.
Oh, goodness.
So, as you guys peek into this building, there are no murals, per se, but there is a lot of just piles of things and ancient stuff, and just ancient shelves upon ancient shelves of just piled, who knows what, pots, pottery, junk, ancient boxes. And there doesn't seem to be anybody in here.
Can I cast detect magic?
Yeah.
Ooh,
See if there's anything spicy in here.
look at you. Saving me spell slots. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I use Buster Call too much to like save my spell slots for combat, so I'm just gonna go for it.
That's fair. That's super
Dang it.
valid.
Okay. So instead of roll me a d6. Okay. Roll me an investigation with advantage because of the detect magic.
Nice. Remember, Simba.
It's an 8,
Oh, no.
luckily.
Which is not a nat 1. So roll me a. Let me check what the.
I was with advantage.
The other one wasn't that one, so
Yeah.
Yeah. Roll me a d2 and a d10.
okay, hang on. It's /roll d2, right?
Yep. You could also technically roll a d4 and just have 1, 2 represent 1, 3, 4 represent 2.
I didn't like my command.
I think it's. There you go. You got a 4 on the d10. And roll a d4 for me. That unless you've already rolled the d2.
I don't know
So
how.
you rolled a 2 on the d2. All right.
Okay.
And a 4. So. Oh, that's kind of neat. So, Andazal or Echo, as you cast detect magic, you don't see anything super bright, but you do see something emanating with moderate brightness coming from a pile. And as you kind of sort through that pile, you don't really seem to find anything super interesting, except for you uncover an amulet made from some type of dark volcanic glass or dark glass something. It's hard to say what it's made from. Yeah, it's glowing with your detect magic.
Cute. What school of magic is it?
Hmm.
I could have been seen now.
No, everybody's getting sick necklaces but me. No.
Yeah. Let me
There's
answer
one
that
more
real
building
quick
in
for you.
Bazal, don't worry.
I've got high hopes.
It is transmutation magic.
That's pretty cool.
Okay. Interesting. I suppose I will wear it.
Cool. Do you want to attune to it?
Yes.
Do it.
So, minute goes by, you're just sitting there concentrating your magical, I don't know what to call it, your magical essence with the amulet. And it seems to enhance your vision.
Yes, hang on. Give me one. I think I may already have dark vision. Hold though, because I might not.
You do. Roll me an insight check to see how Mart Echo is.
Mort.
That's a 12.
Yeah, so you're seeing colors quite fine in the dark.
Okay.
It's not a normal thing.
and Vizal.
Hmm.
And Vizal. You're a human, right?
It's a yeah.
You ever wanted
I
to
think.
specialize, Ambazal?
Specialize. He's looking at you funny.
You ever wanted to see the truth, Ambazal?
That's somehow even more concerning when you word it like that. What
I'm
did you
here
find?
I found an amulet, and I can see so clearly, and I just feel like you would benefit so much more from this amulet than I would, possibly.
What specifically does it do? And does it have any lasting negative health impacts?
Great question. I cannot guarantee anything. I can't guarantee that you will not have lasting health effects. In fact, there's no fine print on this. This amulet was made before those were legally required. So you
Medical
can have this
disclaimers.
amulet if you would like. But I can
Thank
see
you.
real good.
Thank you. You know what? That sounds great, GM. I'm looking forward to seeing real goods.
Seeing real good.
Hell
Seeing the truth.
Gonna
So
see the
when you
truth.
take this amulet off, Echo, your vision returns to how you normally see in the dark, which is in shades of gray. Since you already have
Okay.
dark vision.
Cool. I'll give it to Amazal. Can he attune to it after I've attuned to it?
Yeah. If somebody wishes to attune to it, they can.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so this is just a minor dwemer that allows the wearer to see color in their dark vision.
That's pretty cool.
So it
So
only works
it's
for somebody
not-
with dark vision.
Oh. So sorry, Amazal.
That's how it helped you. And if Anvazal tunes to it,
He's gonna do to it.
All right, yeah.
Look
It
what you
gives
specialize, my brand.
full color dark vision to 30 feet.
Oh, well, at least I'm not gonna be hitting my head on stalagmites as often.
There you go. I love that for you.
Love that for
At
you.
least it is something.
My brand.
All right. And it seems like there's not too many other things of interest in this building.
Moving on.
We can move on, I guess.
Yeah. I guess from there we would be scaling down into the cool place.
Is there nothing else this way? Or does it look like that there's more to the path here, GM?
You do see. Roll me a perception check right there.
15.
You do see that there are two hobgoblins, the feral ones, ambling around over here. They don't seem to have detected you yet. They're just milling around. Looks like they're just kind of poking through rubble, maybe looking for food. You don't seem to see anything super interesting over there from that distance.
Where he just holds up 2 fingers and then
Nice.
forward. And they'll just come back.
Oren leans in. Are we gonna scare him or fight him or try going through a different way? What's the plan?
I think we're going to check out the other house first.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I want to look with my special eyes this time.
I believe in you.
Except you probably should, Echo, because you literally have detect magic on.
Which way? Where do you want to go?
I think we're heading to wherever the ladder is.
Okay. So
Is that through
you-
these hobgoblins?
Yeah. You guys could either. Yeah, the only way to the ladder would be through this building right here, or you can double back and try to jump across where it's a little bit
No,
shorter of a
absolutely
distance.
not. Absolutely not.
How far across is it?
Are you seriously?
I think we got this.
At its shortest, it's like 15 feet. If
You can jump 15 feet.
or you can go around. Choices. I'll leave that up to you guys.
You're gonna launch us across, Bori? Is that what you're thinking?
Launching himself.
Oh my goodness, right now. You know, I don't want to feel left out.
He's walking. He'll go around.
All right.
Nice.
I'll let you guys lead the way.
Okay,
can
which
cut
way
into
is
this
it?
building.
Because
Follow Oren and Mogra.
I do not see
building.
them.
Oh, you don't see them, huh?
Mm-mm.
Hey, come to
Is
me.
it-
Come
is
to
it-
Ambazol. Come to Ambazol.
There?
I know you guys can see me. Slip inside.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
there you go.
Oh, okay.
There you go. I got you. I got you.
There was like such a small slit for the doorway, I couldn't really see in there.
Yeah, well, you know what? The building's just trying its best, being completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Fair.
Anvizol, roll me a perception
Hit
check
me.
with your new goodies.
I will fucking try.
Oh god, turn order.
That's a natural one.
Yeah.
Oh
No!
no!
Everything's so bright.
The fine print!
The fucking prince.
I'm gonna say, like, you
This didn't solve problems for Ambazol. It just gave him new ones.
the attunement finally locks in, and like for the first time, you experience like night vision, which you've used via like magical dwarmers.
Yeah,
before.
shenanigans.
You experience like night vision in color, and you're like, "Oh crap!" Like I'd say you say it out loud. You know, you exclaim at that. As you exclaim, you see that there is a trio of hobgoblins with your new vision up ahead, who appear to have heard you say that.
He was doing so well.
Like, wow.
Ambazol's just gonna quickly turn back to the party and be like, "I'm sorry," and then prepare, I suppose. Like reaches for ye old gat.
do you
Bori
guys wanna
starts
handle it?
priming. Bori starts priming psionic grenade.
Okay.
I mean, Evansol could try and like talk him down or scare him. What do you think? Or we could just, I guess, blast him real quick.
Up to you guys what you wanna do.
Let's try and what is the word? Diffuse the situation first. Then, if
Perfect.
needed, then blast them.
Evansol's going for that no-hit run.
They
So
will
Evansol's
start to amble closer to check out
Yeah.
what that sound was.
Yeah. What angle am I gonna take? Bori, I'm working for you now, and I'm basically just going to try and make up some shenanigans like the Mind Witch is walking here, out of the way, plebs. That's what
Bori,
I'm
roll
going
fate
to
20
try my best to
Alright.
communicate.
as they poke their heads in and see you.
An 8.
All right, an 8.
Bori, please.
These ones, when they see you, they run in terror. Roll me a
It was
d4.
probably the
Let's see where they run.
No, there's a cliff there. Be careful.
Yeah, these ones want to run south, north, south, east, west. Or how do I do that before? North, east, west. Yeah. They run in an easterly direction. I'll say they run off screen since east is not on the map.
Nice.
These guys seem to run away when they see you, Bori. They didn't like that.
It's because he's so dashingly handsome.
Ew.
I think it's because they're afraid of the Mind Witch.
Understandable.
Could be a mix of the two.
But thank you. I appreciate it.
Feeling self-esteem boost.
Mhm.
Incredible. Well, let's take that opening. Let's get moving.
Does it look like there's anything in this room, or is this the room that we searched before?
That's the room you guys searched and found
Gotcha.
the color necklace.
Hell yeah.
All right. So you can see that there is a building to the south. That right here. It looks like there's a wall building to the south.
Okay.
We go.
Building has walls. Let's go. It's properly maintained.
Yeah.
They need somewhere to hang their
Ah,
head.
yes. Properly
And
maintained.
so as you guys
yes.
peek around this corner, you can see that there are two hobgoblins, and they are kind of fiddling through an open chest and just like and like pulling out like random stuff, smelling it, looking at it, and one of them pulls out a big thick tome, smells it, tries to chew it, throws it behind him, and they keep digging.
Bori just TKs the tome over to us.
So you've chosen death. No.
Give me a stealth. Give me a stealth,
Stealth.
for how cool that is.
17.
That's pretty cool.
It's not bad. Let's see if they notice that.
Yeah.
I'd say he grabs it before it hits the ground.
Yeah.
It just never makes a thump.
Roll me an Arcana check for how smooth you are with this bad boy.
15.
Not bad. It's like.
Or he's played VR before.
And he just puts it in Invisol's hands.
They don't even notice, dude. You make it go along the ceiling.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Now we're good.
Yeah. So Bori, as this tome comes into view, you have it's in the same script that mural was in, and so it's a black leather tome. The cover is embossed with some type of like silver crescent and like a spiraling like symbol, circular spiraling symbol.
So cool.
Yeah, it's a tome. It's got ancient hobgoblin writing on it. What do you do with the tome, Bori?
Bori will move it over in front of Anvizal and just turn to the front page.
So you
Nice.
guys quick gather around this around the wall, real quiet and you guys start flipping through this tome. Mogra's looking over your shoulder. Everyone's checking it out, and it's there are pictograms in this tome. A lot of the ancient hobgoblin writing is there, but it's in very small print. There's a lot of it, but there are some illustrations. The first illustrated page depicts a solemn hobgoblin elder surrounded by glowing sigils, their outstretched hand guiding a wispy, luminous figure from the chest of another kneeling hobgoblin. And this luminous figure is slowly being lifted into what looks like another plane filled with swirling lights and stone columns and clouds. The next image shows this luminous figure merging with others like it in this realm. Looks like an infinite expanse of flowing rivers of light, and that there's indistinct forms in the background all watching. And then there's a third picture, the body left behind, sitting in a meditative pose, lifeless and undisturbed, surrounded by faint glowing runes. And then there's a fourth picture that shows an elder gesturing, and this spirit kind of turns into radiant threads of light and scatters into this etherealness. So those are the pictures that you see. There's definitely writing mixed in.
Nice.
Mogra leans in. I can take a crack at it now. We can look at it later. I can give you
Later.
the elevator
Later.
speech. It seems important.
Once we're away from, and points to the fallen.
Yeah.
She's thumbs up. And you guys might be able to see the ladder. No, you can't see it from where you're at, but you know it's on the other side of this wall.
Or we'll speak into the others' minds and ask if we want to look at what else is in the chests they're raiding.
Echo will like shake his head. He'll be like, "What's bro?"
Invisible?
Yeah. Can't say that it's all too common to have chests just survive the aftermath of widespread destruction, but maybe we could trade them for food?
If it will understand.
Let me try. Evazol's gotta get out like some crusty old bread as part of his rations. He's gonna break it. You said there's two of them, right?
Yes.
He's gonna break it into two pieces. They'll probably recognize food. Maybe like a hunk of meat or something, and he's gonna do his tried and true, like, oh, get their attention really quick. Once he kind of locks eyes, he's gonna hold up the food, right? Point at the chest, point at the food, and he's just gonna lob it.
Roll me a persuasion. I like that.
Like, give me that chest. It's gonna be a 9.
9's better than a 7.
Let's go!
Yeah!
So
I'll argue with starvation.
So they like look at each other and they look at you and like you throw the meat and the potato and it just past them and like a solid like 7 seconds goes by and they're just like,
All right.
they just like turn around and they both utter the same guttural sound and just run towards the food.
Gone. It's very
Brain
primal.
takes long to think.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm absolutely gonna raid this now while they're like just the quick and dirty sweep.
Oh, yeah. Bori's looking at it, too.
Everyone give me an investigation who's searching.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Bori,
A 9 for Bori.
listen, man, you're just getting them out of the way early. It's gonna
Yeah.
be 18 for Anvo.
Oh yeah. That's the stuff.
That's the stuff. Anvizol comes in with a plan.
Roll me a D2, Anvizol.
I will. That's gonna be 2.
Nice. I actually should have said roll me a D3, but
Slash
3.
roll. 1, 2,
Oops.
3. Still a 2.
Still a 2. Interesting.
Still
All
a
right.
2.
Okay. Ooh, dude, might like this. Let me copy it.
I like to imagine Anvizol just says that as he opens the chest, like, might like this.
Yeah.
Very
So you
good.
pull out this wicked looking blade, and
Ooh.
not Calcut. Mogra's like, that's Bloodfang. Just
That's Bloodfang!
that's Bloodfang. That's that we made that. You can spot that from a mile away. It's a jagged longsword, and it feels like it's killed things.
Oh, I'm not saying that I'm gonna give this to Calcut as a gift when she gets back, but I'm gonna give this to Calcut as a gift when she gets back. Okay,
It's got like
Bloodfang.
cool ass like shit carved into like the length of the blade. Like it's like almost like a totem pole mural of like
That's so
great
cool.
enemies that it's slain.
That's so cool.
That's wild.
Okay. This is
Forged from-
wild. This is freaking wild.
Yeah.
Forged from Underdark ore. That's fucking sick.
On the other hand, if I happen to make a crazy white commander, I might lead my army. Murder.
Murder.
That too. Well, this is really cool. Does anybody want to try their... None of you... Echo, you've got a gat, looks at Bori. I've seen you explode people with your mind.
And the best thing I can do with a dagger, or the best weapon that I can use is a dagger. Unless I send the Hellblade or my Warhammer careening.
Well,
You can turn it into a combat knife for the mage mech. For the for the big relic mech.
Yeah,
how cool would that be?
that would be sick.
Actually, hold on.
You guys remember that scene from Avatar, Blue People Avatar, when they've got like the big sword that the mech uses as a knife?
It breaks off and oh, that's so cool. That was such a cool scene. Okay, you know
You
what?
guys have
Actually,
a cool longsword.
I'm gonna get some use out of this longsword.
What does
In
it?
case anyone gets too close.
Ever since I saw solo leveling, my plan is to make myself a cool knight commander. I just want one so bad now.
Mhm.
Get yourself an Egress.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and slide that into my bag of holding for a brief moment. Just for the foreseeable future. But I'm gonna have like the hilt like sticking out a little bit. Just ready.
Just in case
Ready
anyone
to
needs
be
to do a little
drawn.
spicy swingy.
Absolutely. I can't wait. That's genuinely very exciting to me. Thank you, God.
It is there. All right. It looks like the rest of this room is coined clear.
Nice.
Echo.
That's Bloodfang. That's just such a good.
That's what thing. Roll me a
Yeah.
perception check, an unrelated perception check, for something that
okay.
you may have seen along the way.
I love how unrelated this perception check is.
Unrelated.
17.
Interesting. All right. I'll remind you of something on your way somewhere, sometime.
Remember Simba.
Nice. You're like,
I'm
"Man, I
sure
think I
it'll
saw
be
something."
good.
You're like, you've got like a memory at the tip of your tongue that like you saw something on the way in, but you haven't like remembered what it was yet, but like you saw something.
Hmm. I'm sure it will come back to me at a convenient time.
Of course.
Well, which way now?
Oren will chime in. I think I see the ladder. It's over here.
Perfect.
Get
Alright.
that ladder.
And he jumps.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah. He'll slide down, shoot down first. I love adventures.
Oh. Oh.
Oh yeah.
I'll
Wrong
move
way?
you guys.
Right way?
I'll move you guys into
Oh,
the.
this way.
Thank you. I was
Found it.
trying to follow.
I got
I
you.
went too far.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I don't, and I think that I made the borders a little tight. So you're in this crevasse. Let's put it that way, where the ground has shifted a little bit. And roll me perception checks in here.
8.
Nice.
I'm rolling 9s tonight, folks. Don't know what
Dang.
that's all about.
Let's see
Maybe
how
you
I'm
need
doing.
to get a lottery card.
23.
Dang.
I think I'm finally adjusting.
He might be sick, but he's like, man, this night vision is sick, dude.
No.
So everyone misses it because they have dark vision in shades of gray. Gray is gray, right? And Vizal, you see carving, right?
Genuinely very funny.
Carving into like part of this cliff in this fault is part of a building. Where there's a wall sticking out of this cliff, and there's a carving on the wall, and then there's some text written in old blood underneath of this pretty legit looking carving. Again,
Okay.
it's ancient hobgoblin.
Nice.
So what do you say when you see the stuff that everyone's like missing?
Mogra,
Puny vision.
I need your help translating. Come, it's carved in. Can you run your hand over this, Steve?
Yeah, I can figure something. Anyone have like a light? It's a little dark down here.
Caress of fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Just nice. And she just like kind of holds
Nice.
like the light in her palm, like the fire in her palm, like a candle. And she says, "This grammar is really tight on this writing. Whoever wrote this, they wrote well. And the wall of the temple bears an inscription carved in this stone. As Mogra wipes the dust away, she reads out, "My name is Vernus, chief archivist of the Kralga family." She looks at you guys. There is no Kralga family, so like, okay.
Anymore.
Anyways, let me just keep reading here. The people of Khaldun are sinking into a gully of death. She just pauses,
Name checks out.
looks around. A gully carved by blood. The final battle has been won, but I fear the war is lost. If only we had known. She just keep pausing after like every second sentence, like, what? Okay. Blood burrowers, no doubt agents of the Scourge, just kind of like nervously glances at Anvazal. They were found in our deepest mines under the city, wearing away stone like water shapes rock. Even in victory, our city is doomed to be consumed by the ground itself. There is little time. Even if some make it out, the burrowers will follow, and our fall will be complete. The scattered remnants of our army that survived, and those of us that can still fight, we head below to stop them once and for all. 6 families were chosen to carry on our legacy. The rest stay behind. One last fight. And the inscription ends.
I'm sorry, little ones.
6. She just like looking around.
No,
Let's-
there are 5?
Let's read the. There's 5 what?
5 families.
There's still 6. We're at like 5.5. Dark Blades are being a little wild right now. But she's like there's some writing below this in dried up blood. It's in scratches into the stone. It's harder to read. Can't get out. This place has become our home. This place has become our tomb. Just
Oh.
looks at you guys. I don't think the hobgoblins ever left this place.
Yeah. This kind of seems like, well, kind of a little grim, I would say. Kind of
Well,
glad we didn't kill those guys now.
yeah.
I feel a little bad.
Honestly, there's not much of them left. I don't know if it would be more of a mercy, but
It's been the fall of this city. I have no history to support this. This is news. This is a discovery. I have lived with the information that Calgally has always existed where it is.
Well,
We need to
I
bring
guess
this
we should-
back. At least a piece of it.
Sounds
I
like
don't.
we were survivors.
Mhm.
I don't like the thing that it mentioned. Burrowers.
Blood burrowers. Don't forget
Yeah.
that.
I don't like the sound of that. Some just
Yeah.
living blood coming from the ground. I don't like that.
So yeah, as you guys like read the rest of the final verse, as we'll call it, the final entry of Chief Archivist of the Avernus, you guys see like a large like rib coming out of the ground, kind of like curving up like meters upon meters, and like part of a spine, like coming out of the rock, and you can see ancient swords, spears, tools, anything sharp, just kind of laying around.
Out of curiosity, any shards of bone just on the ground?
I mean, there is a giant a giant fossilized bone sticking out here, and there could be. Yeah, roll me a fate 20. I'll let you know if anything has survived. It might be like mineralized, but
Fair.
yeah.
That's an 18.
Yeah. I'm gonna say with an 18, you find an intact piece of bone from this giant creature, whatever it was.
That's so cool.
And
Nice.
a piece of bone from one of the warriors of a tooth. Say a tooth survived, somehow perfectly preserved. With an 18.
Nice.
Bori,
It looks like a hobgoblin tooth.
got any more room on that necklace for more teeth?
Yo!
I think so.
Oh, that's all right.
I found this
Okay.
for you.
I'm
I'm gonna take that ancient bone shard though. The Scrimshaw boys are gonna love this one.
You like look at all the bad
Yeah.
things of a cat. I found a tooth for you. Like what?
Can we put it back?
No.
That would be silly.
Like a fine addition to my collection.
No! Nice, guys.
I guess Bori will fasten this tooth to the necklace.
Nice. Excellent.
Let's go.
Cool. Echo, from your particular spot, you can see the thing that you saw coming in, and you see perhaps another mural close to where those hobgoblins were groveling.
Hmm.
Now that you saw the
A
first
different one?
mural, like it's kind of like, oh yeah, it looked like a different mural. It was hard to tell the detail from a distance. You guys could backtrack and take a look at it if you want, or you can
Yes.
don't worry about it.
Gosh.
Nah,
I
totally
think we
went back
missed a
there.
mural.
Let us go back.
Yep.
We
Let's
need
make a
more
quick-
context.
I'll just teleport you all real quick.
Upgrades, people. Upgrade.
Okay.
This next one, as you get closer, it's not what you thought. This is full hand painted, not like hand painted with paintbrush.
Ooh.
Just hand
And
painted.
painted. Yeah.
Mm.
And roll me an art check, Echo. Give me some
Yeah.
art.
I love that.
Just roll a nature check. Roll a nature check for me.
Nature.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Ranger.
good at
This
that.
is ranger stuff. You're not.
Roll
Roll
Oh,
again.
no.
What is that? Get out of here.
again. Okay, hang
He's
on.
good at that in theory.
16.
Echo's
That's a
like,
bit-
yeah, it looks like dirt, and Bori just smacks you on the back of the head. And you're like, oh!
Wait a minute.
This mural is painted with clay, blood, dirt, kind of trying to mimic like a natural color palette. Very, very basic and primitive colors. And you're like, yeah, I've seen all these things in nature before, you know. I've used what I've had to use before when making a sign, you know, or when like marking a trail. It's very, very primitive work. Definitely not painted or with a brush or paint. And it depicts what appears to be someone who looks like your fellow friend Bori, with big, sinister purple eyes, floating in the center of this mural ominously. And there's masses of what look like these hobgoblins that you've been seeing down here, on the very bottom of the portrait, cowering fear. Roll me a history check. Everyone
yes.
can roll me a history check, actually.
Yeah, thank you.
Please. By all means.
Nice God, please.
So, roll the history check.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Echo got an
Woo,
18. That's
18.
nice, Echo. It's
Bori,
pretty.
nice
It's
for
pretty.
you.
Emphasis like history I never forget. 23, an 18, and a 24.
Not bad.
So I'd say Echo, you with an 18, you're like, I feel like I've seen this. This reminds me of something. That the painting, even though you've never seen this before, the mural looks familiar. And obviously, with an 18, you can tell that it looks like it's similar to the Mind Witch figures that you've been seeing carved into Scrimshaw. And Bori and Anvizal, with a 23 and a 24, you guys can tell that it's painted in the same likeness as the ancient mural that you guys saw. But
nice.
Instead of the dragon, it's It's not Bori. What's the Mind Witch and the little hobgoblins are all masked at the bottom of the painting.
Okay.
So this was made after their fall. After they came down here to stop the Crimson Scourge.
Hmm.
When they became their, well, this baser creature. At least that's what I'm understanding.
Well,
Yeah.
it seems
we
they've
have a-
adapted well to their new environment. We can say that for certain.
So, at the very least, we have a rough timeline. The Crimson Scourge was first, and then they came. And then, well, the Jamuni Akin
Yeah.
came down.
And Vizal, just from your interactions, you know, this historical figure that's linked to you is apparently over a millennia old. The stories of him.
Yeah.
God damn.
So it's been a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how long do drow live?
And I am not a
Not
drow,
a freaking
but
millennia.
let us get this straight. I am not a
Definitely
drow.
not a drow.
Right, no, right. But I'm just like,
But
I
we
feel like
still
it's-
live roughly, I think it's like, what was it, 600, 700 years?
Yeah, somewhere like
For
that.
elves?
Yep.
so it's not like out of the ordinary.
Mhm.
No.
Okay.
Who hasn't rolled for an investigation for loot yet?
Technically. No, wait, Abyssal did roll. Ignore me.
Ori did as well on
It's
that last
Echo.
chest.
Echo. Well, I mean, it's if you would like to investigate for things, this looks like a good place to investigate, as it seems to be some type of reverent area around this painting in this room.
Investigating.
Cute.
Okay.
Bori will
Let's
assist to give advantage.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Well, let's see if I can get a 21. Imagine.
All right,
Nat 20?
maybe you get a 20 all.
Okay, but it's
Oh,
20 twice in a
dang.
row.
Echo's
right.
got that 20/20 vision locked in.
He does.
All right, so I'll give you a choice, Echo.
Ooh.
Do you want to? You know what? Roll me D2, or D4.
Okay, wait. Let me try it this time. I think I can get it. Roll
/R space
1D.
D2.
Let's go. I got 1.
Interesting. All right, now roll me another 1D2.
Okay. Another 1.
Ooh, interesting. All right. So you find something called a soul bond war plate.
Sounds metals.
Sick.
It's kind of cool.
Right.
Is it spicy?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
it's spicy.
it definitely
kinda
looks
cool.
like ancient hobgoblin armor.
Mm. Yes.
It just feels pretty powerful.
Love that. I'm going to throw that bad boy on. I think. Can I do that? Hope so.
You are
You just
currently
threw
wearing armor. You won't put the armor on top of your armor.
Just strips on the
Yeah.
spot like no mercy.
Yeah, I think you currently
He-
have the
Well, he currently has the cracked other armor on.
You have the Raven Queen armor, which was
Mhm.
fixed, and will save you from death once.
I
Actually,
think I'm gonna risk it.
you know what? Pass that armor off to Amazol. Your boy's been needing it.
Yeah, Amazon, you want to upgrade? Here you
well,
go, buddy.
isn't the Raven Queen armor medium armor?
My guy,
Half plate, right?
what do I attack with? I'd have disadvantage on attack rolls. I
Yeah,
use my
it's-
sling.
It is a
True.
breastplate.
What?
That armor specifically is a breastplate.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I don't have any attack spells. Like, which honestly is kind of genius now that I think about it. I'm gonna drag a cool breastplate into my character now.
Well, time out. Before we do anything, I just need to know: are things the Raven Queen armor that Echo currently wears
Mhm.
is a breastplate.
Nice.
So this armor is half plate.
Oh, that's cool.
So I just wanted to just clarify what is what for who's who and everything. So a
Nice.
breastplate is 14. The AC is 14 plus Dex modifier with a max of 2. Half plate is 15 plus Dex modifier, max of 2. Half plate imposes disadvantage on stealth checks, and is considered both are considered medium armor, so. In order to benefit from medium armor, I feel like there's some rules I can't remember about it, but both are medium armor.
I do have proficiency with medium armor, so I'm
Nice.
solid.
I do
on
not. So my sling attacks are gonna start really struggling.
that. No.
Maybe you
Not
shouldn't wear it then.
I probably shouldn't, honestly.
If you wear armor that you
Ori?
lack proficiency with, you just have disadvantage on any ability check, saving throw, or attack roll that involves strength or dexterity, and you can't
Yep.
cast spells.
Oh, it's no casting
Yep.
spells at all.
Yep. That's why I was like, you probably shouldn't wear it.
On second thought, folds it up neatly and puts it in a bag.
Yeah.
Oh
Or
goodness.
you want a t-shirt?
A
You
t-shirt.
want a free t-shirt, boy?
I mean, Bori will hold on to the Raven Queen armor. Like, if
Nice.
that's the one that's not being used, he'll hold on to it.
Slap it on one of our NPCs.
That's also true.
Actually, hold on. Can we just put that on Mokra right now? Because
Yeah,
she's
we-
literally died before.
Which armor? I'm sorry. Which
The
one?
Raven Queen armor. The one that's like,
the revive armor, right?
yeah,
That one.
hey,
Okay.
don't die on us again.
Or
she
we-
could wear that.
Or we save it and we give it to
Well, it's
Calcut.
it's whoever uses
case.
it gets a freebie. So each person,
Uh-huh.
I think.
Yeah.
No,
it
it's
has
one time.
It has one.
Oh.
One time
It's
in
a
general.
single, which
Okay.
wasn't purposefully used on the last wearer. The last wearer did not use it.
The last wearer's like, nah.
He took that Hellblade. And
I
he's like,
no, like just.
I've got to pass
Okay.
this on.
I do think we should still pass it off to Mogra right now.
It's not a bad
Just-
move.
Just because Mogra is quintessential, and I feel like Elcut's gonna come back as a fucking baller.
The mind of Vivitch is going to be mean to us, I feel like.
She also has her own ceremonial armor that was provided by the late Cedric.
Cedric. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Never forgore, always remember.
Ooh.
When
Okay,
day
wait.
is dark.
I guess we'll just hold on to it then.
Sounds good.
So
She's
the-
already
the
wearing her
half-
own armor.
The half plate is 15 plus Dex modifier,
Max of
Max-
2 for
maximum
the
of
dex modifier.
2, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love that for me. I'm so beefy now.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
so
Let's go.
Mogra has got the Raven Queen armor on, which I think is a good move. And Echo has the Soulbound Warplate, right?
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Cool. All right. Sweet.
Echo definitely
Mogra's got
feels.
that plot armor. It's literally plot armor.
Yeah, she's literally got plot
Yes.
armor. Hopefully she doesn't need it.
Literally.
Oh man. Yeah. So you guys have been to all the
Yeah.
places where you could have a chance of finding loot, and you have found some interesting things. And with that, the path towards this citadel remains clear and to the north. Unless there's anywhere else you'd like to wander off as a party.
No. Let's head to the Citadel. Listen,
Like,
there are
we-
necromantic man-eating spiders the other way. Let's not go back until we have to.
Yeah.
They were so happy.
Good call.
They were pretty happy, though. I will admit it. They did seem quite pleased. Which, honestly, thinking about something that would make a spider happy is just worse. That's just another reason to not go back unless we are legally obligated to.
No
Yeah.
thanks.
All right, let me let's take just a hot little break, and good spot for a break, and then we'll
Good time for it, yeah.
transition back and open with the things that you find on your approach to this great citadel underneath the ancient city.
Yay.
Oh boy.
Sounds
Much
good.
excited.
And break screen. Oh yeah, might be a feat. Point noted. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. There might be some. There might be some things. There is a specific reason why I haven't offered a, a set of light armor yet. I've been kind of delaying on it, but it's all right. We'll see how it goes. I have. I don't see anything else. You like my wisps, my memory wisps? Yeah. It's getting thicker. It's getting thicker. All will be revealed when the party gathers. No, not all, but enough will be revealed to keep you coming back. Good. Duh. Cool. Happy for
That's
you. Love that for you.
that's actually pretty sweet.
I know. She's amazing. I love her so much.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Stays the bee's knees. Let's go.
Andy's amazing. She's lovely.
All right. Well, bringing us back, got us off the break screen. We resume at
Hell
the
yeah.
front of this dark citadel below the city. A great building, towering stone spires, worn by the ages, loom like silent sentinels before you all. Their intricate carvings barely visible under a thin veil of growing moss. The faint rush of an underground river reverberates from unseen depths below you. Vaulted hallways paved with cracked flagstones stretch into the gloom, lined with rows of ancient, crumbling statues that whispers forgotten glory. The eyes of the statues themselves seem to stare through your soul. What tales had been told long ago? The spiked battlements and the great twin gates visible from over the piles of rubble and ruin. The spirits of a proud and disciplined people seem to linger heavy in the air, their presence palpable in many ways, whether it's the wisps of memories and echoes of forgotten times seen as blue tendrils of energy increasing the closer you get to the citadel. Or perhaps it's the ancient statues in their defiant poses, weapons raised towards an unseen foe in the dim torchlight. You make your way through the buildings until a great labyrinthian structure awaits the citadel. Inside you find rows and rows of individual rooms in the ancient and forgotten stone. Most of them open-faced, but a few rusty fragments of iron bars remain. Roll me a history check, everyone.
Heck yeah.
Actually, Bora, you can have advantage on this one, but
Corey should.
All right.
Natural 1 from Echo.
Natural 1 for Echo, natural 20 for Anvizal, and then a 22 for Bori.
My
Check out. This is actually what this entire game has been, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it in me bones.
So
My ancestors called to me. Yeah, there'll be a 32.
This is great. All right, so shark bait.
So for real right now.
Oh,
Yeah, what do I...
Echo, your character is utterly convinced this is a school.
Gosh, this is an institution. I know it.
And Vizal,
Big
so
trust.
far, you're like, yep, this makes sense. Institution is definitely like where you're leaning.
Yes.
Bori, you've seen bars like this before in person.
Mm-hmm.
These are jail cells, buddy.
Echo, you are not wrong. This is
I
an
knew it.
institution. But
This
not
is
the
a
kind that you are thinking of, my friend.
This This is a wonderful place where young minds are molded. That is what I believe.
This is a terrible place where all minds are broken. This is a prison.
I mean, that's one. I mean, Bori, I don't know what your school life was like. You know, it is what it is. If that's how you feel.
I mean, Bori will like look into one of the cells, like size it up. Though I think my cell was about this size.
Ooh.
And Anvizol, for your nat 20, I messaged you.
Oh.
All right, I'm going over it now. Okay, yeah, that checks out. Is it fine if I say that?
Yeah, it's all you, and you do whatever you want
Okay.
with that. That's your nat 20, goodie.
I appreciate it. So Anvisol's just kind of sizing it up, and he'll pause a moment. No, it doesn't make any sense. There's no reason. You saw Calculi. They could barely build more than like one-story buildings. And that's been fine for them. They've never needed anything more. This is too big to be only for hobgoblins. It's got to hold something bigger.
Like a classroom.
No, definitely not a classroom.
No, Echo.
No, hobgoblin children are just smaller hobgoblins. That's the opposite direction.
There's more of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, the
Gotta fit,
Tower
like,
of
20 in a room.
Hobgoblin Children, incredible.
Echo will just destroy the hell out of that entire building.
And so, with Anvizol, with your nat 20, 32 history, you happen to come across, like in your dealings this week with the Hobgoblin people in your studies, you've looked at some libraries, you've seen a couple schematics of, like, what prisons were like in these texts. And while, yes, the part of the building that you're in looks like it is a prison, it's built different. And it's much more connected to other things. So, like, for example, the space between the cells, the runway is grandiose, and is carved with care and attention, and you've got these statues that just like line the hallway of cobblestones and flagstones. And you see a larger building
Really cool.
with two doors up ahead. And you can see that there's other buildings as well that are all connected to this central building, that looks big. It's tall. You know, all of these buildings are taller than any hobgoblin structure you have ever seen, even though that they are in a state of disrepair and are ancient and are falling apart. They were big buildings, built well. I mean, clearly, you can see there's all kinds of metals used, reinforcing the concrete, reinforcing the stone.
Oh, that's cool.
Big, thick stone slabs. Shit was built different.
Yeah, this is not something that I had seen previously with the original architecture, the hobgoblins like in Calculi right now. Okay. Huh. So, out of curiosity, so the structure that I see built here, does the overall architecture and like style seem to mirror the rest of like the sunken city so far, like the fallen city?
Mhm.
Okay.
But
so
this whole structure is below the city that you guys saw.
That's really cool.
It's the same. It's obviously ancient hobgoblin, but like all of this exists under the city.
Okay. That's really cool.
Something brought this whole city in its entirety, top and bottom, below and into the ground. And this place was built so tough that it survived. So the great hallway extends before you all. and it's clear that there are some type of, I don't know, exhibit. There are things in the middle of the
Yo.
hallway. They're just
Okay.
there's they look to be like squares. Like there's something there, and they are obviously placed there for a reason. And there's 5 of them in a line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, leading to these 2 big doors. Doors that are probably 20 feet tall. You can see the iron bands from far away. Like that's how wild these doors are.
Let's have a gander, shall we?
Let's have a gander. So, you guys walk up to this first station exhibit. Who knows?
Yeah.
My music stopped. Let's get that going again. Bori, you're looking at, as you get closer, there's some drapes set up that are kind of shielding whatever's inside from, nothing in particular. Just, do you open the drapes, Bori? Does everyone open the drapes?
Hell yeah.
From
They're thin and
afar.
they're translucent. This is an open wake.
What?
Mm.
Ooh.
And there's somebody inside. Do you look closer?
The.
So
Yeah.
inside this wake is a Shatterkai that looks almost identical to you, Bori, right down to the purple eyes. Tattoos and everything. And this Shatterkai is swollen, like the body is stuffed full of something. The Shatterkai's mouth is agape, overflowing with gold coins. Its eyes still bloodshot, as if this body was perfectly preserved during the moment of death by its asphyxiation.
That's terrible.
Mm.
You know what? Evazol says that. That's terrible.
That is horrifying.
Um, can Echo like touch the coffin? Like, is it real?
Yeah, roll me, I don't know, roll me a survival check.
Try to survive
Liz?
touching this corpse.
18.
This body, while it feels cold as you would expect a corpse to feel, the skin still has a little bit of pluck to it, a little bit of depression. If this is fake, this is the most realist fake you've ever seen. It feels like a body. You guys have felt a couple over the last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Echo slowly looks down the line at the other exhibits. He's like, oh.
You said that his mouth is stuffed with gold coins.
Yeah.
Bori's gonna so he's poking at the jaw, and he's just feeling how far down these gold coins
Okay,
go.
how many gold coins?
He's not counting, he's just seeing how.
You can feel it all the way down the throat.
Do you think
He
they
starts
would accept
poking at
this
the
at a bank?
chest.
It's going to be hard to determine on the chest, but as you get down to the stomach, and you press in, you feel a resistance, and it feels like there's something.
A needle. Clink, clink, clink.
There's resistance. That's great. That's a good sign.
I think this body is stuffed with gold coins.
How much do you think his life was worth?
Damn.
Ouch.
That's a good one.
Well, some people only do coins over the ice in certain burial rites. This is
This
a
is a lot.
new one for me.
I think this
I
was
feel like I would get cursed if I touched him, so I'm not going to. Coin is not worth that much to me.
Yeah, I
think
don't know about
Looks
this.
at him, however.
What does Bori think? He's thinking something.
I
See
think
him
this
is
is
all
meant to
flipping
be-
to the rune that is like
Mhm.
Ray's ghoul.
you raise this body, I'm killing you here.
No, I'm just reviewing what I have at my disposal. I'm not saying I'm going to raise him. Okay, but Bori, think about it.
No.
Okay, alright, that's fine.
I think this is a
No.
message to me.
Oh,
The whole reason why I am out here was to get gold for my family. Well, here's my body.
I'm just saying
Stuff
I could
the
literally help you return to sender right now.
No.
You
This
wouldn't
is-
even have to carry it.
a decent amount of gold, Bori. I am just saying, like, if
I
you
think-
did want to just take care of stuff right now.
Jim, because he's
I-
stuffed with metal, would his AC be higher as a zombie? No.
He would
I
definitely
think my
have some
wife
extra
and child
shrapnel
would be a little
effects.
horrified at the fact of me walking up to them filled to the brim with gold inside of my body. I think they'd be a little horrified.
Who says we have to take the body with us?
Well,
You
I
could
mean,
just. You could. I mean.
Or Bori.
the-
Orin just like hugs, puts an arm around you, and like looks at you two, and just says, "How dare you?" and just like hugs Bori.
You can see you can see that Pori is just like doing mental gymnastics, just like, what the fuck am I doing here? How the fuck did I get here?
dude, I could have just picked up a part-time job.
Should have stayed home at the blacksmithy. Oh fuck.
That's pretty
Oh.
good.
Mogre will chime
Oh.
in.
There's.
It's certainly not hobgoblin burial rites, that I can assure you.
Or
Closes
just
the
close the curtains. Well, if you are me, rest in peace.
He is a good man.
No,
Who
no,
knows?
Bori. Bori. The mind which nobody else in the city thought they saw a bridge. This isn't you. This isn't going to be your fate.
Yes.
This is just the goddamn troglodyte that's been living down here, isolated from society for too long, playing a really messed up joke.
Yeah.
Right. You guys want to look at the second exhibit?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So
Go for it.
this next one, again, like a tent with curtain drapes around it, and before you see a display of another Shadowcry, and Bori, this one looks just as much like you as the last one. It's displayed upright in chains, shackles, but the shackles are further up on its hands, on its arms, because its arms are cut off from the wrist down. Both of the hands of this Shadowcry are missing and are in the display cases to your left and to your right. Both of them still clutching jewels and coin. Its eyes, while purple, have been replaced with giant amethyst cut stones. And it doesn't look like it was done posthumously.
Oh.
Good thing that wasn't Onyx.
Hmm. What the hells?
Are you good, Bori?
No, not at all.
Bori,
Yeah.
roll me a history with advantage. And it's just Bori for this one. We'll see.
Only a
Bori,
12.
you can, as you look this body over, it's not an exact match as the one that was full of coin. You don't know if it's that, like, maybe that one was distended a bit by all that coin, but it's not exactly a one for one like similarity between you and this one, but the same as you and the other one. But this body is just as real as the last.
Me, as Joe is starting to, like, get ideas, but I don't know if Bori would have the idea or not
You can
of
roll
it being other timelines.
you
That'd
well
be pretty
You
wild.
know what? I'll just be quiet and you can see what you see. How's that?
I'll just be quiet.
Because my mind is immediately going back to shit, what's his name? The Viceroy. Viceroy Gorlax.
Viceroy
he's-
Gorlax.
He's from another timeline. What
He
if
is.
That's true. He's literally from another timeline.
the Mind Witch plucked these guys from other timelines?
True. Or they could just be like dummies.
Or they
Mogra
could
will
be
chime
dummies.
in. You know, culturally, we cut the hand off for stealing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know the relevance here. I don't get it.
To me, there's no relevance. I never stole anything, gold or jewels. I never. The only crime I have committed was killing my best friend.
Just nods and Orin pats you on the back. Whatever it may be, we will get through it together as friends.
Thank you, Oren. I appreciate it. Or will close those curtains. That one.
Move.
he
What's
he
up?
closed those curtains a little bit more horrified than the last one.
Don't worry, there's more.
Your trauma will get worse.
Satisfied GM noises. Do you lift the veil on the third exhibit? This one is an ornate diorama of fine wood. We're talking walnut, cherry, mahogany. One single pane of perfectly cast glass extends over this diorama. And inside the diorama, when you lean over the fine wood edge, you see that it is a mock-up of a luxurious bed with pillows. And in the middle of this bed, you see is another Shadowkai that looks almost exactly like you, with some very minor differences. And this Shadowkai is not alone in this diorama. To their left and to their right, lying beside them, are several concubines, both with glowing purple eyes and evil grins that wrap further than they should around their mouth, teeth bared, pushing daggers into the Shadowkai's back from both sides. It looks like this is how they died.
Mm.
Mm. Sorry, I didn't know you liked to party like that.
I don't.
In this alternate
I
timeline.
don't- Orin chimes in. I mean, I know I'm new with this whole love thing, and I know some love is forbidden, but damn.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Looks
beast
like-
has never.
He,
Good.
like, nervously glances at Echo, like, is this normal?
Mm.
Your
This-
hesitation doesn't give me confidence.
Wait.
This
Oh, hang on.
He's talking to you, Echo.
Might be.
He's like, this isn't
No.
normal, right? Glances at Echo.
No, absolutely not. Oh, right. You're not. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't know. I've only been here a week in the forest. We didn't party like this. You know, that's all I'm gonna
Literally,
say.
I've only been here like a week.
Yeah, okay.
In the burrow, you know. I mean, you know. You
In
know
the-
how it is in the burrow.
Yeah. Normal people living normal lives. That's how I like
Yeah.
it, actually. Bori, I don't mean to pry. And this is Orin still speaking. Do you have any dark romantic interests that might pretext this, or is this totally...
No, I mean, I had before my wife. I had girlfriends, sure, but I never partied like this.
Yeah.
I never had anything like this.
I don't get it. Mogra seems to not have anything to add. She's just as puzzled. She's like, they got me beat. And she just shrugs.
Well,
You said that there were
Corey.
5, right, GM? 5 of these.
5.
Okay.
Impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you going to say, Echo?
I don't know. I just nothing.
All right.
Let's see what the next one is.
Well, this next one, you can smell it before you see it.
Oh, gods.
Yeah, it's not a bad smell. Bori, roll me a history.
Do you remember?
And that one.
And that one. So you have a mixed feeling about this smell. A very mixed feeling. A very dark and foreboding feeling. This is the smell of your favorite alcohol.
Oh no!
You very clearly remember the first and the last time you drank this alcohol. Because it was so good. It was so tasty. It went down so smooth that you just couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. And that was a very dark night for you, Bori. And you have vague memories of that night. They aren't good, but you just don't really know what it was, right? But man, that hits you. You know that smell, dude. Is it both a very good and a very bad smell?
Boris just like puts a hand over his nose.
Orin's like,
And
actually,
then-
that one smells kind of nice. You okay,
Yeah.
Bori?
You okay,
Brings up bad
Voice
memories.
just
But
shook.
yeah, Boris is just like, oh god. He'll TK it open.
TK it open. You hear a slosh, as you TK. And there's a giant vat made of wax-sealed wood. And in the bottom of this vat is another Shadowkai that looks like Bori at the very bottom. And Mori, you can just smell it. This vat is filled with that alcohol. You can see the bluish tint to his face from the 3 feet deep below. He's clutching his throat, face twisted in horror, eyes bulged still, perfectly preserved.
Oh, right.
Never again am I drinking a drop.
He just like,
Well,
I can get behind sobriety. Oren's like, that's cool.
it's like go off. Yeah, well, definitely not now that there's a body in there.
No.
Yeah.
How potent was it?
I don't remember the night or the day after.
That's pretty potent.
That, yeah.
Ooh.
Evazol's gonna pick this bottle up and like look for like.
Well, it's
That
just
was
a
the-
vat, man. It is just a vat of this shit.
Mhm.
Well, you know what? Evazol brought his own bottle.
You can definitely take
There's a-
some.
There is a body in that.
Not planning on drinking it.
What are you planning on doing with it then? I guess it is alcohol. Light that bad boy on fire.
Echo, I'm actually really surprised you got me for once. You throw out the most left field things, but I guess if you shoot enough shots, you eventually hit. Yeah,
It's so true, and that's how I go with Buster Call. That's how we do
I
it.
hope he doesn't miss his other shot.
it's a very particular type of cocktail. I believe it's called a Molotov cocktail. Are you fine if I dish one
Maury.
of those up, Maury?
Thank you for reminding me about shots. Anvizal, I need you to roll me a d5. I had to do the math on this one.
Yay! Hell yeah. / roll 1d5. That's gonna be 3. Boom.
Hey, safe!
Good.
I won't explain it.
You don't need to. I heard safe. I'm feeling pretty good.
Feeling pretty
Sweats.
good. Feeling very not fatherly.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Sorry.
So I got about halfway through training, and this is son. Incredible.
Sorry. Do we
Incredible.
move
Thanks.
on the 4th exhibit?
I'm
sorry, about the 5th.
Yeah, so we're
the 5th
on
and
to
the
the 5th.
final exhibit.
Yes.
This one has no smell.
That's good, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And as you open the curtain, you are presented with a very large and luxurious and soft-looking bed, similar to the ones that you guys have been, used to sleeping in.
Nice.
This one has about a 6-foot stack of Calgully blankets on it. I'm talking the weighted blankets.
Oh, nice.
You can see 2 bare feet and 2 hands sticking
That's
out
nice.
from the sides of this stack of blankets. As you wander around this exhibit, you can see that there is a pillow fastened over the head with a belt, secured.
Oh, good.
Mm.
And lining the bed are empty bottles. They have little inscriptions on them too.
Oh, hell yeah.
They look like
Look at them.
a little sleeping Shadowkai with little Z's on each of the bottles, all empty.
That's a
Mm.
lot of
There's
sleeping
probably like
pills.
20 glass bottles on this bed.
Oh.
Mm.
Really didn't need that much.
Little
Guess it gets the job done.
Oren's just like, okay, I'm at a loss. I'm sorry.
Rory,
I
do you...
thought I had something. I don't.
Is this... Rory? We don't need to... Listen, we don't need to get into it if you don't want to.
Ori is gonna roll. I'm gonna whisper.
Such a whisper
Is it
you.
GM? Is it GM whisper or whisper
Would you rather
GM?
just message me on Discord or
Yeah, I'll just do that.
just
Yeah,
message me on Discord?
yeah,
I
that'd be
can't
easier.
stop whispers from showing up on the stream
Gotcha.
because
Yeah,
even though
yeah,
I'm signed in
yeah,
as a player on the stream, I'm still the GM. Like I don't know how it works.
Gotcha.
It's still me.
It's still me.
It's still me.
It's still me, your boy. Like,
Witness me.
witness me. Some real big COD energy, my friend.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
give me a fate 20.
By the way, nobody's
Mhm.
wearing the big COD suit because it's the dumbest, best thing I've
13
ever heard
up.
of.
I was gonna ask for a history, but okay.
You know what? A history. Yeah. You could either roll religion or a history. 13
I'll
up.
do a history. 14.
You have a surface level information. It's something deep from childhood, you know, like
Maybe one of the
because you grew up
stories.
in a decent area. You kind of know a little bit about like the basics, you know.
Mm-hmm. Or he just points to each of the displays. Sloth. Gluttony.
Oh.
Lust.
Huh.
Envy and greed.
There's two missing.
Well,
Bori looks at the emotions that are floating out of him.
I was about to say, I'm like, those ones are still alive and doing well.
Wrath. Which leaves one more. And Bori just turns and looks at the big ass doors behind him. Pride.
Pride.
And Owen chimes. And what are these 7 emotions, feelings?
Sins. Deadly sins. They're supposedly the first evil acts that living mortals had made when they were created. That's the gist of the story that I remember. 7 of them.
Mm-hmm. And now is a good point to roll a religion check.
Alright.
Remember.
Religion. 11. Very middle road.
You can feel Malak is trying to contact you, but he can't break through.
Oh,
Bori's going to distant voice.
It feels like it won't work. It feels like whatever is stopping him
is also stopping Bori.
It's also stopping Bori.
Fuck. Bori looks to Echo. Someone is trying to contact, but they cannot get through.
Ah, yes, the someone.
The one that you saw me having a conversation with.
Someone, my
Yeah.
beloved.
The Malak.
Oh. And,
I'm sorry.
And they can't? Oh, yeah.
When was
I-
this?
Amazon.
Last night. Long story short, I got saved during the fight with the Baptiste, and it wasn't the Raven Queen, it was someone else, an angel of death. And I
Angel of
contacted
Death.
them. Yes.
Okay.
And me as a player, I cannot fucking say the whole name, but Bori would say it. Malak Mahavet? Is that it?
You could listen. I don't need to be on a first name basis with an Angel of Death. That's not.
Yeah, he was
Well.
really scary, but the fact that he can't contact you is potentially a problem.
Ah,
'Cause he was kind of instrumental
yes, he was
in
kind
your survival.
yes, and instrumental in my path going forward. But
Right. Yeah.
also, I kind of passed out after I saw you. I don't know why, but
You looked unwell.
I mean, I was exhausted, but I don't know.
A lot of back pain.
Yeah, a lot of back pain. I don't know why. It
Sorry.
still itches a little. Like, I don't know. My armor doesn't feel quite right.
Ooh. Wouldn't know anything about it. No.
Yeah. All of you both in your bodily pains.
Bodily face. I don't want to
Maybe?
hear that from you.
Orin's like, yeah, us gifted with the gift of time, just
Yes,
pretty good.
indubitably.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orin, you're one to talk with your freaking all your things.
You're older than me, so shut up.
You're older than me.
That is true. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Wow. Well, this is bad.
This is very bad.
That's not
Yeah.
bad.
Ooh, I wish I knew what to do, but I.
It sounds like you know what to do.
What? Nope.
This coin set echoes so hard right now.
Mm. I have a feeling that this is going to end very, very badly. And if we are not careful, Bor just looks back to the display cases, I will be the sixth.
Would you say that a corpse is? Would you say that a corpse is? No. Never mind.
Let's hear the thought.
What
What do you
yeah,
I was
think?
gonna say,
continue.
would you say a corpse is an inanimate object? But I think that's kind of speak with dead. I think that's
No.
a different spell.
No, technically. Oh, are you trying to talk with it? Hear me out. Hear me out. Take one of the coins out.
Oh.
Yo, bro.
okay.
How long you been in here? That's rough. Sorry to hear
What
that,
have you
fam.
seen? What?
Everything's a possibility, guys.
I'm just saying. There's plenty of inanimate objects in here.
Speak with dead. If you really think about it, speak with dead. You're trying to call the spirit back. But if there's no spirit to call back because of the spirit continuum, could be an inanimate object.
There is a delineation in my game between creatures and objects, right? You are correct that, as things
Just because
are
you
currently-
treat other people like objects, Echo, doesn't mean they are objects.
I don't treat other people like objects.
Alright,
I'm
disrespectful.
very heartfelt, I'll have you know.
If I raised that one of the booze, I'd have a create plague zombie. He's just sloshy,
Oh, he's just a little
flammable.
Little flammable.
So, speak with undead, just for clarification, does not involve the soul by rules as written, and
Yeah.
would function in the state of Rodinia.
Nice.
Okay.
Speak with inanimate object. It's an object, man. I mean, nothing. You awaken the spirit inside something. So that's just fair game. With anything that wasn't a creature, inanimate.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I got nothing.
Go the gold coin route.
I could go the gold coin route. What do we think?
I'm not kidding. Do it. It would be hilarious.
Do we think this coin is going to give us information?
I mean,
No, but I think it would be funny.
I'm with the.
I
with
just
Annabeth
love
on
this spell so much. I want to use it all the time.
I don't think we would glean anything super useful, but I think it's also very in line with Echo. So
Okay. he's
Full
just going to
transparency.
wave everyone back. He's going to be like, stand back. Okay. I'm going to speak with an animate object. I will. Which coins do I want? Oh. What are we trying to ask this coin? How long have
Echo,
you been here?
that's sort of your field of expertise, not mine.
It is my field of expertise. All right, I'm going to take a coin. No. I'm going to touch the amethyst in one of the eyeballs.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'm going to talk to it.
Okay.
Tell me your secrets.
Tell me. Please. I want to know.
Groovy. Let me look at something real quick.
I still can't believe you convinced a boat to murder 2 hobgoblins the other night.
Oh, look. I didn't convince them. Well, I did.
You
convince them.
literally did. Very explicitly.
They
And I'm
had it coming.
Ah, yes, justification, my beloved.
They were trying to beat us.
Maybe they shouldn't have died. I wouldn't have to raise them as ghouls. I'm just saying, Echo.
They messed with the
They
wrong
had it
guy.
coming.
They, it was fate. What can I say?
Okay. I'm gonna pull that one next time. You're trying to get all philosophical on me. Philosophical on my brain is
Wow.
coming out my nose right now. Hold on, let me...
Get that back in there.
Exactly.
There's 2 modes. He's got Awesome Forest Boy and Absolute Gremlin, and there's no in between. It's really upsetting.
So, let's see how long that was ago. That would have been... Okay. I'm just trying to see how far back this goes. So, what do you ask it? I'm gonna say you have, basically up to 10 questions you could ask this thing.
Dang, let's
duration of a
go.
minute, right?
I got a minute. Yeah. Okay. So, number 1, I want to know when it was placed here. Right? Because that'll give us a little more information
Mm-hmm.
about what this whole exhibit is about.
The amethyst communicates the passage of time to you, and you get the feeling that based on how much time has passed it has been inside this body for about 350 years.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so
It
it's not
also starts going into its life before then and being carved by hobgoblin master artisans in this city, and then it goes back to like it was dug out of the ground, that it was rough, and it just, I mean, there's no stop. It just keeps going back into like its
Okay, no.
formation, you know,
It's
the heat and the
yeah.
magma.
I love that for you. Yes. Anyways, yeah. Have you seen a guy that looks like him around here?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Uh, hmm. Uh, how, how do I ask? Uh, what does he do? What's he doing?
What are you doing? What the
the
time?
the limited senses of the rock remembers its only involvement with the other person that fits your description, and in which the total involvement was a very brief handling, a very brief and forceful handling.
Mm. Okay. Interesting. Right. Hmm.
Ask it if there were others.
It
How
is a
to
rock.
phrase
It's
this?
only going to be able to tell you
Mm.
what it has experienced physically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
rock
Let's go.
I was
thing.
just trying to figure out how I would phrase this. Like,
Yeah.
if
How do you ask a rock?
how many more living people that look like me come through here?
Oh,
Yeah. Yes. Oh, how many more?
How many
Okay.
more living that look like
I
Bori
always get that.
have come through?
How many more living people have come through here?
It can only give you the answer of how many living have touched it, like the
Oh,
one
that's
that.
cool.
All right, and let's find out. Only the one has touched it.
Hmm. Living.
Correct. It would be the same answer.
Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Well, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Amethyst.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate it.
I do.
He was very polite.
He was very blunt. And Ibizal's just got the wildest look on his face, like, the fuck did you just say to me? Because you're probably making some crazy grating sound right now, like just the sound of creation of these lands.
Speaks in bubbling magma. You sound like my mother.
Ooh.
I think, Bori, I think you gotta be the one to kill this guy. Gotta
Yeah,
kill this guy.
you think?
Yeah. Based on everything The Rock told me, I learned so much.
Based on everything The Rock told me. Yes.
what
Sources,
did they tell
dude,
you?
trust me, bro.
Mhm.
Guys,
Sources,
if you
Wikipedia.
could have heard this Rock, he was saying some crazy stuff. No, he really wasn't. He was just
Sorry. SpongeBob.
Mhm.
yeah. He just yeah. I didn't learn much from that, so But
Right.
that's okay.
I don't know what you would. It is a rock inside of my face.
Yeah, I thought he would have some interesting story, and he did. He did have some interesting stories. Did you know that he was mined out of? And he goes into like the backstory of this amethyst.
I mean, I know how amethysts are dug up from the ground. Yes.
Nice.
But this guy, he was formed. He was the underdog, and they got him out of there.
He was the underdog?
It was beautiful.
Dang, never thought I'd get behind the backstory of a rock. Nah.
Mhm.
The dwarves always told me about this.
Well,
Well,
Where do you go from
Is
here,
it time?
everybody?
or just
like
looks
there's only
up
one way
at the
to go.
fucking massive door.
Yeah. Let's get it done.
As you guys get... Oh, go ahead. Go, Joe.
I'm debating whether or not to have Bori just cast or manifest iron on himself already, just to have it up.
What an enigma, though. What do you think his goals are?
Well, I can probably guess one of them. Kill me
Yeah,
But to what end?
to be
To
the
be the-
only Bori left,
yeah.
the only
No.
Jamonu Yakin.
If he wanted you dead, he probably could have just turned the horde of hobgoblins on us. He went through the troubles of setting up this entire display. He lovingly and painstakingly crafted a play for us. Like, this exhibit. I feel like there's more to it than that.
Knows
I
if
mean,
he had done
maybe-
this
Maybe
for
he wants to kill you.
maybe.
What if all these boys succeeded each other, though?
Like
You know what I'm saying?
like each of these were Jamonu Yakin, and they just took the place.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Oh, fuck. Thanks for that, Echo.
This is what I'm saying.
Let's get
Thanks,
that door
Rock.
open.
I'm already having one existential crisis. Echo, now I don't
Bori,
need
what
a-
if Bori, what
He
if it
just
was
pats
you the
your
whole
back.
time?
Join the club, buddy.
Oh god.
I'm just saying.
Bori just starts spiraling.
The rock has only touched one living Shadowkai, and I doubt it's the one whose eyeball it's in. Actually, no. If it was play, never mind. But I'm just saying.
Alright.
Many questions. Two
Maybe we'll get
doors,
answers.
one path ahead. Do you approach the door?
Heck yeah.
And
Stealthily.
Got a tight arm around you. He's there. Oren's got a tight arm around you, Bori. Together.
Nice.
thank you.
Oh, it's such a
In-
bro.
These two doors, they have a large inscription, like an ancient inscription on there. It looks like it was part of the door when it was made. And the message is only complete when the doors are closed. And in this curving script across the two doors, what ashes are you hiding? Mogra reads it out loud and just sits there and this is an ancient proverb of my people. It was a saying. One would say it during times of casting judgment, but I don't remember the rest.
End result. I do now.
And Bori just looked over at Anvo.
You have rolled enough. nat 20s and silly
It's
hobgoblin
been
rolls.
wild.
I've definitely given you a lot of stuff that you've had to roll for because of it. Just like, Enzo knows that, he's the man.
It's just obscure, and he keeps getting like 30s or 28s. It's just nuts.
I should
Absolutely
give
nuts.
you some type of weird feat for that. But like, you don't need it because you just keep rolling hot.
Oh goodness. Do you want me, GM, to finish this work?
You can roll. You can
History.
roll a history check. to
I'll
see
do
if
it!
You know the exact context. It's gonna. This one would be high. This one would be a nat. 20,
Okay.
all right.
That's, you know what? That's
Nat
fair.
20, nothing.
It's a nat 20. It's
Holy
32.
Fucking shit!
He's correct. It's actually
Oh my god! Somebody stop this man!
Somebody
Actually-
stop this man!
Amazon is a history book, okay? He just is one.
Yeah. So, GM.
It's like, actually, that's page 327 in the last two.
Mhm.
Dude.
You know, actually, it was, he's gonna quote some obscure hobgoblin, like, philanthropist or something wild. Like, it was originally this person, at the dawn of the creation of the second coming of Calculi, who initially came up with this saying.
Dude. So like somehow you know this, Anvizal.
Give me a feat.
Yeah, I'll give you a feat.
But that's just wild! What the heck?
Needs the nat 20, gets a nat 20.
Hang on.
This is really great. I like how you're like, you'd have to roll like a nat 20. There's no way. Stop it. It doesn't stop.
Amazon always finds a way.
That is not true at all. He finds a way in very specific circumstances. It's runes or smashing hobgoblin culture. Those are his passions, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. This is so goofy, and I'm so here for it.
I'm almost done.
It's fine. Take your time. I shouldn't have rolled that, but I did, so.
All right, there you go. That's the nat 20.
Here, I got you. I got it, fam.
You do whatever you want with that. My request is don't just copy paste it, because it'll be more fun hearing the obscure knowledge of Anvizal.
Okay.
You can take a moment to digest that. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be
Yeah,
right back.
I'm gonna take a moment
Same.
for this.
I can still hear.
Oh, interesting. Oh, god damn!
Good lord.
Yeah, it's kind of spicy.
Mm.
Okay. Okay, alright. I know how I'm gonna talk this up, I think.
Nat 20 master.
I
It's
only
crazy.
for hobgoblin stuff or runes, which makes sense, I guess. I'm so here for it. This is awesome. Thank you for this, TwoHands. All right. I actually know how the rest of it goes.
Of course. Just
Um,
orange. Just...
No, so it's actually very intriguing. It's my understanding that this saying is the foundation of the legal system in Calgary. The very nature of what is right and wrong, and the fate of those that are tried in court is built upon the bones of this saying. It was my understanding that the very first case where it wasn't clearly like kill this man, hang him outside or something, it was said because the person was found guilty, and yet they were also found innocent. There was proof of both, which I don't know the details there. But the judge wasn't feeling very lenient that day, and I believe it was also the time that they connected the underground courthouse to the prison here. And anybody found guilty was banished permanently to never see the light of day again. Fallen of sorts. Huh. That's some dark history now I think about it. I believe that
Yeah.
also means there might be a connection between the prison here and the courthouse. If that's what this is, that might be where we are going. Or maybe that was up top. Jam, was that up top? Okay, so that's here. Perfect. Yeah,
Mhm.
so this was the first take on legal systems. And yeah, they just sent people right to jail. That's why they made it so big. Didn't matter who you were, what station you had. They had an iron fist. Ooh. I mean, I can appreciate that, but we might find some really dark things here. This prison is very old, very ancient. I feel like we might find what we're looking for in the courthouse.
We've already come across some pretty dark things already, so what's one more?
What ashes you carry, my friend?
In agreement, Orin
Let's
just kind of
let's go do some good and some bad.
What ashes are we hiding? I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Right.
Moger just gives you guys a nod, appreciating the new armor. Let's remember
People
why
need
we're here.
Ah yes, don't perish the armor.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it done.
Who opens the door? How do you guys walk
Oh.
in? Like, what is the strat?
Ori is before everybody like walks up to the door to like walk in. Lori's gonna go ahead and do iron on himself.
You know, I actually have an idea. If we're prepping all of our venomous thought shenanigans, do you think we should pop them in the fight? They last an hour. Or should we go in warded? Like total dickheads.
That would be up to you guys.
Let's go and
it
if they
is
last an
the what's the casting time on the venomous thought scrolls?
Yeah, so that's a very
I
good
can't
question.
remember because that
So
might
it
affect
would-
your.
It would be an action, so just 6 seconds to use them, and they would last for an hour. But that does run the risk of if we don't run into him, and this isn't actually like the end boss chamber, then we're potentially just blowing that.
I would say we hold on to him.
Yeah.
I think that would be a safer bet. Just
Yeah,
in case
Emma's
he's
also not
in here.
that confident, but have them on hand maybe. Just be ready.
Mhm.
It is an action to use them.
Do you want to ready an action for a certain like triggering condition to use them, or do you want to just
Yeah,
like
That's cool.
unofficially like have them ready for later. I just want to be clear on my end so I know what to expect. Because you could ready in action to use a spell scroll type item.
Okay. Oh, yeah. In that case, my ready to action would be hostile presence inside my mind. Not like, hey man, welcome to my abode. It's good to have you here, bud.
Okay.
Like I would be like,
So hostile presence in your mind, we will have to really flesh out what that means for
yeah,
me.
so that means a psionic attack mentally, emotionally, or physically.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so like trying to harm you, like
Trying to actively do harm.
actively
like-
do harm. Cool.
Like
Then
whether that's
very clear
you're
for
going
me.
to relive some trauma and go into psychosis. Like, no, I'm not. You're suddenly brain hemorrhaging. Like, I'd prefer not to be.
Mhm.
That's but if he's just like trying to communicate and like being cheeky, like sure.
Okay. And the triggering condition is based on like if this comes from the Mind Witch, or is this just
Yes.
if anything tries to harm you?
This would be from the Mind Witch. And again, this is in my head.
Mhm.
You know what? I wouldn't set the parameters to being the Mind Witch. If something is psychically trying to attack me, I'd probably use it. So if
Okay.
there's any other crazy psychic monsters in this prison, I guess I'd use it early. Hopefully that's
Alright.
not the case.
Who knows?
Would that
Maybe
be
there's
the
mind
same-
goblins.
Would that be the same condition for you all? Or would you like to specify a different condition? If so, I request that we write them all so that I can keep track.
Yeah, Joe.
I'll do the same thing. Activate for any psionic attack from any creature coming at him.
Right.
But I will go ahead and pop iron on Bori, so Bori's skin just turns into a dark, hard metal iron. And I need roll manifestation, please. 5. Okay, cool.
Cool. As you guys are like looking at these little, I don't know what they ended up being. I mean, they're little scrolls, right? Your little in case of emergency break glass scrolls. You can almost see as the wisps, the blue wisps that are just floating all around you, as they pass over the scroll, they take on like a sickly greenish hue with outlines, and then as they pass through the scroll, that green fades back to blue.
Ooh,
They are thoughts.
that's pretty cool.
All right. So we've got reactions for it, brain hurty, venomous
Brain
thoughts,
hurty, the real brain
Brain
hurty. Mhm.
Yes.
and we've got some iron fist. Is there anything else that you guys want to do before you open the door?
Not on my end.
How do you guys go in? Do you kick the doors down? Do you push them open hard, or do you ease them open slow, or something else?
I think we should try to ease them open.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe check for traps. I
Glyph
don't
of what? Nah.
I feel like the trap is just the trap is just
Being
gonna
here.
be the others.
Yeah. The mistake was being here in the first place. No.
Yeah.
Nobody else was dealing with this, so we gotta clean up everything. No.
All right, I'm just moving you guys, and then I'll transition.
Oh, heck yeah. So cool.
Are we cooked?
No,
Chat,
We're
are we
probably-
cooked?
guys, are
Yeah.
cooked. All right. So
Chat, are we cooking?
as you open the double doors,
Dad, let us cook.
you find yourselves in a massive ancient courtroom.
This looks safe.
It's very safe, very human. Just kidding, very hobgoblin.
It was like,
You guys can arrange yourselves how you need to be. And inside this great room with high vaulted ceilings, it's clear that benches once lined this room on both sides. At the far end lies a great stand, like where a judge would sit. However, a throne has been carved into the granite. In the center of this ancient courtroom stands a dojo, similar to the one in the Bloodfang family manor, clearly worn with decades, perhaps even centuries, of use.
ooh, he's not out of shape at all.
Oh no.
Lolth, in her avatar form, sits in a black velvet chair on a veranda high up on the wall with a molded railing, the balcony supporting like by spider-like supports. She's just watching, silently, very focused. She looks at you, Bori. She nods grimly.
Ori nods back.
Around the arena, as you slowly look, you see 6 feral hobgoblins that look feral, but look drawn here, almost in another world, outside of their own minds, sitting, watching. 6 distinct looking hobgoblins.
Oh, that's cool.
Adorned, but ferocious. Watching quietly, not saying a word.
Fat trap.
Quite clearly out of their own minds. And that's when you see the throne. And the figure stands up and looks you in the eyes with his own purple eyes.
Oh no, he's fucking jacked. Oh no! Bro hasn't missed leg day in 500 years.
Bro hasn't missed anything day in 500 years.
Bro's built out of granite. What do you mean that it's fucking... Yeah, okay, so the you said the throne's carved out of granite, and so is he.
So about us
gestures
banking on him being
with his
out of
arms
shape.
open. Welcome, Bori Krios. Welcome to our home.
Jamuni akin, I take it. Or is it Primarch?
Mogra is just like locked in terror. She's, you can hear kind of like hyperventilating just a little bit, you know. The Priarch is how it's pronounced. That is what she called me. And he just points up. You have
Lady
received
Love.
my messages. You have followed the signs. And no, the Raven Queen gave me that name. Lady Louth has some choice words for what she calls me. Depends on her whim, as does everything else. He just like kind of like gestures sarcastically up at like the clearly added like spider corner shrouded in darkness. What ashes are you hiding today?
Or he just looks to the rest of the group.
I'm sure you have many questions. I would offer a seat, but the benches have long been gone from this place. Only one seat remains now. And he looks back at this throne. Are you here to talk? Or are you here to fight? Like the rest?
Yeah. For the moment, to talk, I suppose. To understand what the hell is happening.
You must have many questions.
Da?
And look, you have friends.
Da.
It's new.
From my understanding, something that you didn't have in your time above.
He just kind of like knowingly smiles.
But tell me, Priarch, why am I here? Why? And he motions to the chamber behind. Why were they here? How? Why do we look so much alike?
There's no going back once you know.
I don't think there's any going back,
The
even
truth may
whenever
hurt.
we
I can explain
more.
only so much. The rest I might have to show you.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Perhaps we may all take a journey together at some point. A journey through time and memory. Much like your Bori bus. As he just spins a little blue strand of thought, and it like starts circling in a circle and just
The
like
Bori
chugs
bus.
off to the side. This one speaks before he swings. Just like looks around at these hobgoblins, these 6 hobgoblins, and they just like all like nod like this. Their eyes are just totally out of it.
Wow, so true. Well, at least you kept the bloodlines. Nah.
To know
Legally.
more about yourself, you must first learn about me, Bori. Are you prepared for that? Shall I entertain you with a trip down memory lane? Whether or not you believe these tales, or whether or not you think I'm telling the truth, is ultimately up to you.
I wouldn't be prepared if
After
I.
all, if I can make a bridge, surely I could change the narrative.
So that was you.
I knew it. I knew it
But
was you.
believe it or
You
not,
were right.
I have no reason to lie to you or any of the others that have come. I have been and always will be here. Like I said, first you must know about me, and you have heeded my calls, accepted my taunts, but ultimately your path led you here, your own 2 feet. I was meant to uplift the hobgoblin people, yes, to lead them to the glory of the Ancients. I loved them. I, an outsider, accepted into their people, their culture. It was a precedent. Hadn't ever been done.
Hmm.
And Vizal Erlenor, I feel, if anyone can understand the gravity of that statement, perhaps you can.
Nodding. You were the first.
And then I was betrayed. Now tell me, Bori, how am I to believe in my purpose when the Raven Queen sent one like you, one like me, to end my life and absorb my soul because she failed in my creation? Again, it's up to you to believe. I will tell things as they happened, and it'll be up to you. They were the first of what I would come to know as the 7 deadly sins of Ravgath. One after the other, over the years, it would seek me out, to bring me low by the bidding of the Raven Queen herself. We are different, Bori Krios. Ravgath, the Raven Queen, as you call her, whatever it may, she has been desperate to escape. She has been stripping parts of herself and sending it through breaks in the Meldiha, the spirit continuum as you call it, over the last 500 years. She is trying to rebuild Bori. I won't let her. You are the last piece. You are not the first, but you are the last. Whoever walks out of this room, out of this cave, controls her destiny. But how did I get involved? Well, she's been trapped, and first she abandoned her pride, splitting off this fragment of herself, sent it flying through the cosmos. It proved to be too powerful. It was her first time, after all. I was too powerful. The connection between the material realm and the spirit continuum was, and is to this day, too strong in me. So she sent her greed, eager to correct this mistake. Then her gluttony. Jealousy filled her, and so she parted with it. Then her lust, her desire to escape that prison. Her indolence trickled through like a poison. It almost consumed me, but I endured. Every time one of us ceases to live, the remaining grow stronger, Bori. You grow stronger. I grow stronger. We are an eventuality, a singularity. You are not the first, like I said before, but you are the last. And behold, in this room of law, the 7th deadly sin of Ravgath, Bori, the Hammer of Wrath, is here to judge me. Will he strike me down? But what is real? How much of your past do you see as a coincidence, and how much did fate bring you here? What are your thoughts on this, Bori?
If
I'm
what you are
asking for a
saying is
reason.
if what you are saying is true, and she sent her intentions down, was I born not me? Or was there a point to where I stopped being me? I
Interesting
stopped
you
being
ask that.
Rory.
Very interesting that you asked that. You know, the other 5 that came before you had no idea what was real. They were only the choices that brought them here before me. I had to guide you, but still, you came to this city of your own volition. Tell me, Bori, have you ever lost control? blacked out, done unspeakable things in a fit of rage. Have you ever sought out revenge far past what would be considered normal?
Yes.
You can see him kind of like putting his hand towards you, but like kind of like wafting the air toward him as like some of the spirals that have been coming out of you this whole time start to trickle towards him.
Mm.
And he just kind of like runs his hand through them. Just
No need to search.
goblins from the cave. And he
Not just them.
plucks one out. Look, the Darkwater mercenary on the train. Turns it into a little choo-choo and sends it puffing off with little rings of smoke. Puff, 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 puff. You are the embodiment of wrath. Wrath of the goddess of death. You can't run from who you are. And neither can I, her pride. When I first felt your presence in the city, one way or another, I knew your path would lead you here. But things are different. You did not come alone. And so I am inclined to ask, Borikrios, how will you protect your family? They are your family, aren't you? Aren't they?
They are. Bor just looks over to Echo and Anvizal.
Yeah.
I was
Tori.
like,
Yeah! I'm sorry, Bori. We are made, not born. We don't come from family. You say you had parents, yes?
The
I can see the thoughts spilling from your brain. It's different. I should know more. Yes. He's kind of like he's swiping
going through my memories.
He's swiping through. There is no intent. There is no malicious intent.
He's just viewing.
Dude,
He's just reading the Sunday paper.
So this is one of his layer abilities, by the way, if you'd like to know.
Ooh.
I've been trying to give some foreshadowing about some of these things. And like, yeah, as you guys are swimming around, this is the most dense these memories have been, and they're almost creating like a material fog almost. It's not quite a fog, it's not obscuring anything, but like you're living in each other's beings right now. There's so much latent psionic energy in this place. It's just been building. Yes, I see. And he's in deep thought. Lonnie Krios was Ravenguard. I bet she wanted you to stay home. Didn't she?
Ah, you would know that if you were searching through my memories.
What do you know of her, Lonnie Krios?
She is the one that told me all of the stories of the Raven Guard, of the outside world. Didn't
Part of
want
my
me to leave.
gift, part of my curse. I speak to many voices in the Meldiha. There was one by the name of Berastuk.
I know of that name.
Let us look back on the past and relive his last memories.
Ooh.
And he just like Bori bust. And
Yeah.
you can
Mr. Bones
see-
Wild Ride, let's go.
Oh
the boring
no!
parts.
So he starts kind of walking a little bit forward from his I'm going to put you guys for group purposes this close to each other. But that's because I'm about to take you to another map.
Boy.
Let's go back a long ways away. Let's go back to the beginning. Way back to the beginning. To the crypt of the Raven Queen. Session 1,
Woo!
2024. 2023, actually.
Nice.
Oh.
I remember this room.
It's all
Mhm.
connected. It always has been. In this, a living memory of the events that day from the perspective of Barastuk, the corpse wearing the armor that Mogro wears right now. This temple of stone looks much different now than it did when you were last in it 12 days ago. There was no coating of ash on the floor, no waves and waves of destroyed enemies, valiant defenders. There are people walking kind of ethereally. One of them walks right through you, Bori, and just like doesn't even notice you're there. Priests, people, citizens, civilians, all walks of life, hustle and bustle. There's clearly some commotion going on where some priests are laying out and preparing for some type of event in this temple. And you can see that this temple is connected to some type of thriving complex, maybe even the city inside this mountain. And you see the crack in the cave ceiling above you where a moon is visible, a full moon. And you can see that the full moon is starting to turn red, taking on a crimson color. And that's when you see the doors open, and you see walking in a small group of Raven Guard entering this underground temple. You see a very beefy elf in the armor that Mogra is wearing. You see your mother, Lonnie Krios. You see a siren, and you see a dwarf. All walking in, noting at the excitement going on. Barastuk steps forward, speaks to the priests. The blood moon eclipse approaches. It was said there would be a sign from the Raven Queen tonight. As they greet the priests, and your mother speaks up, "We have stopped many who sought to oppose you at this hour. It has been a long journey through the mountains." But then a horn of alarm sounds. Attackers, they're inside the city. There is commotion. Somebody says that a portal has been spawned on the upper levels, and that devils were pouring through. And then you see the events played out, the living history that you walked through that long, long time ago, where the city fought, and they braced, and they gave it their all, but they lost ground. Room by room, door by door, the city was taken from within by the minions of the Nine Hells. And the last room to be defended was the temple. One of the group along the way, a siren, in Raven God armor, fell. There was no time to mourn. you can see a scraggly group of survivors. Most of the citizens are not to be seen at this point. Berestuk says, "We will hold the temple as long as we can. It is clear the enemy is intent on taking it. We have fought almost to the last man, and they the same, but I fear we will not come out alive." The fighting ensues, some of the fiercest fighting that you have ever seen. The dwarf holds off the force as they breach the doors with a rune beam of scintillating light, evaporating literally hundreds of attackers in an instant. He fights until the magic falters. A few defenders and Berestuk, including your mother, fight with everything they have. Their Raven Guard armor glimmering in the moonlight. A few priests still remain, fighting alongside you, guarding a handful of remaining civilians. Waves and waves of devil spawn, led by an Illrigger clad in infernal armor with hellish blade, continue to charge. And that's when the light of the blood moon hits the altar in front of that statue. That statue you saw with the angel and the raven together. And you hear a gasp. By the goddess. It's not a message, it's not a sign, it's a child. And on the altar, that beam of scintillating light shot forth from the blood moon for a moment, blinding all. A Shadarkai baby lay on the altar, purple eyes glowing. Lonnie scoops up the child in her arms, maternal instincts blaring. And Berestuk grabs Lonnie by the shoulder. "You have a new mission. Survive." Imbuing her with the magic of levitation, he shoves her weightlessly towards the moonlit bridge. In the raging battle below her growing small, as she floats out of the mountain. The memory fades. You guys get taken back, way back. The lights dim, and the scene changes. He just, shrugs,
You're telling me I came from a beam of moonlight.
You're not
Incredible.
born, we're made.
Boris is laughing his ass off. And he's like
Yes, infinite
he's doing like
madness.
circles. Yeah. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh, this is
Is he okay?
Or it's
Whispers
like,
to Amazon.
Is
Is he
her-
good?
Yeah, you okay, buddy? Everyone's looking at you.
Give him
Oh,
time. Must be a lot right now.
Yeah.
oh, this is just rich. Like I came from a beam of moonlight and not my own mother.
I think Lonnie would disagree to the end at that statement. I think she would be the one that would defend the title of mother the most, based on your memories of her. I haven't talked or asked her personally of the matter.
This is rich. So what? What is the next thing you're going to tell me? That my own wife and daughter are not even real? Emma, my Liliana.
I have never said that.
You know, just because you weren't birthed by someone doesn't make them your real mom. No, you what is a mother? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't necessarily have to birth someone to be a mom.
I mean, even if she isn't my blood mother, she's still my mother.
Yeah, exactly. So you know your family. They're still your family.
I didn't get to have a family, Borikrios, and I'm not too keen on the details. I don't think the others that came after me were either. They were too busy, single-mindedly finding me. I think I
So
could have
what
had a
did-
life, and I think that was taken from me, Bori. And I will
Mm.
never forget that.
So why did I not get the memo? Why was I the one that got to live a life, have a wife, have a child, and now get brought to this? Get told that I had a purpose that is meant to take your life and restore something within Larvgoth, within the Raven Queen. Why? Why was I different? Why did I get awakened so late? Only
Don't know. I only know what the dead know. Those trapped in the spirit continuum. And not everyone is forthcoming. And I know much about her culture and Ravgath. And I know the memories that you share willingly and unwillingly. And you weren't activated a week ago, Borikrios.
what are you talking about? Zubri.
I tried to show you on the stage.
Bori just like starts staring straight forward. That's when she awakened me?
Shame.
That was when she decided to activate Wrath,
Bori, the
making
hammer
me
of
kill my own
Wrath,
friend.
Krios.
So question, GM, where are the 6 goblins in the stands?
So let me pop them up on the layer here. I forgot to. Thank you for reminding me. They're sitting around and they're just kind of like sitting, just doing their thing. Oh, I forgot one. Hang on. Can you guys see them?
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. You said the throne was over here,
The throne
or is it over here?
is
I like to imagine it's like spooky in the back. Oh no, that's the spooky trap corner. I'm pretty sure.
it is a little spooky in the back.
Good.
I thought I
So-
had a little throne in there. Maybe I don't. Oh, I do. It's just hiding. Whoopsies. Don't do that.
Forgot the whole map.
What layer are you on, throne? Oh, it's part of the map. So it's hard to see, but the throne is here. But I think because of dynamic lighting. Let me put a torch there. Hang on.
Is it north
Yeah.
side or south side?
North, center north,
North.
right here. You can't. It's hard to see. It's kind of foggy, but like there's a chair here, sculpted out of a pulpit.
Gotcha. Well, whichever side doesn't have the throne, he's raging. Like he's
Here's the throne.
incredibly pissed, and centered like at the bottom of whatever this like little courtroom
Yes.
coliseum is against the wall. He's using psionic grenade. He's just blowing the fuck out of that wall.
My boy.
There
love
he
it.
goes.
Some of the debris just kind of like showers these two hobgoblins, and they're just like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, ever since we came down here, I thought it was you. And he turns and he points at the Priarch. I thought it was you that had made me kill him. But it was
Like I
her the
said before.
entire time.
I will tell you what I know. It is up to you to choose if you believe me and if you choose to accept my words as truth. She is the goddess of death, you know.
Bori is seething.
Yeah.
Just in his mind. Just trying to piece together everything.
He just kind of leans back.
Mm.
You must be reeling, but I'm sure you may have other questions.
Well, there's one. You had said that the others came straight here to kill you. Single-mindedly.
Yes,
Were they alone?
every one of them.
And yet here I am, not alone.
Family, friends.
And actually having a conversation with you.
Everything I don't have. I envy you, Bori. You have known a life outside this place. You sound like you have lived so carefree, despite your trauma. The weight of my purpose, the weight of my power, will always be a beacon. I didn't want this fate. I didn't want to be who I was created to be. But I was betrayed. And so I made a deal.
Who betrayed you?
Who do you think? Who do you think sent all those Boris?
But
I have
why
purpose.
did she?
She's afraid. You don't get it. He points to Mogra. You know, her entire culture has been built on a lie. That your lives, she points to Mogra, and, and Vizal, that your lives and your deaths matter. Khaldun is a lie. You all have been a solution in the making to a problem thousands and thousands of years old. Every ounce of your cultural identity has been planted, cultivated, incorporated into her plans. The war machine that is Calgully kept the spirit continuum in check. The Raven Queen is in a dimensional prison that is sinking. She is desperately trying to stay afloat. But there have been cracks forming. The water is rushing in. He looks back at you. So we have come to be. Our only purpose is to open the door. When I learned the perpetual fate of the hobgoblins, their souls, doomed to be consumed by soul magic and indoctrinated into thinking that sacrifice held honor, all just to keep her prison from sinking further out of reach, I did what needed to be done. I took their sacred texts, erased their history, and the city plunged into chaos. No longer to the benefit of the Raven Queen.
How does the chaos factor into all of this? I know it, or at least we think
You
it
mean
wants.
Lolth? Lady Lolth? He's just...
No, uh, uh, the pandemonium, the what were we? The giant flesh wall face thing.
Oh. Yes.
All of those. Look back if you
Hold
can.
on, I got you.
I will look in your memories.
To get a picture, it is better to look. I'm not so good at describing whatever the fuck those things
He's
were.
just like, oh, this looks terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was awful
Oh.
to go through.
Hold on. I think it had a name in Hobgoblin culture. You'll find that. No?
No.
Okay.
And what you
Well,
encountered called
yeah.
themselves Pandemonium.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
somewhere along the lines you guys confused Janunse with that.
Okay.
But Janunse is what they were thinking.
Also, real
That-
talk, he's getting the
Mhm.
play-by-play in Boris memories. We don't need to name it.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, yes, this one. Well, you called it this, but it was actually this. And he's like, I'm briefing myself.
Is he being sincere? Like, is he like, is bro lying, or does he seem like he's telling the truth?
You can roll me an insight.
Is bro capping is essentially what I want to know right now.
Okay.
It's happening.
A 9.
Oh, 9.
He has been very level. He has this air of pride. But he has been speaking in the same tone this whole time. His tone, his body posture, none of that's changed.
I think it would be done. I also would like to take out my little crystal. Take a look around.
Just a little peek, see?
Crystal girly mode activated.
Oh, dang.
So you're going to see some weird stuff.
That's
Cool.
good. So you're going to see some stuff.
The first, who do you look at first? There's just a lot of stuff going on.
I'm looking up at the spider lady. She looks sus.
Okay, Lady Loth in her corner of darkness and broodiness is very purple. Okay, all right, and there are purple threads. All right, stemming from Lady Loth's corner, and they run down. Some to the Priarch, and some to Bori. Alright? Bori is split down the middle, half purple, And so is the Priarch. Split down the middle, half purple.
What's the other half?
The
Boring.
other half.
No.
You can see the other half of Bori is red and is convulsing. Very
Right. He did drink the forbidden Kool-Aid.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's very like fluid like, and you can even see it like prodding out of him and stretching his body, like in your chaos vision. Just making these weird shapes in this misshapen, amorphous red form. And you look at the Priarch, and the Priarch has two red hands on his other side, and they're grabbing and they're pulling, trying to pull, right? And you can see the outline of a door in red. Open?
So as I'm seeing these things, is me processing what I'm seeing like floating right out of me? Like as a thought that I'm having?
Roll me a fate 20. I'd
God,
say
I hope
like on
so.
a 6 up, yeah.
God, I hope so.
Yeah. This stuff
11.
is like, woo!
I don't want to say anything, but like,
Are we all like detecting these thoughts?
yeah, can I
coming
like
from-
just like, I'll just be like, I'll like grab both Anvisol's and Boreas' hands and be like, I'm so glad that you guys are my friends, and like waving around the thoughts, like, oh, this is.
Like, woo!
I'm just so glad that we're all here together right now.
They're definitely out there. If you wanna, if you want them, flowing around. So yeah, Borean, Anvisol, Orin, Mogra, you get a whiff of this, and you just see this image of just the two like almost foils of each other, Bori and the Priarch, the Mind Witch, Jumunia kin, many names over the years, both almost mirrors of each other, both with contending forces of chaos. Yeah. You also see Anvisol is half red too.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, his manifests as a skeleton. Like half his red chaos half. Just
All humans have skeletons. That's very normal.
Is a skeleton.
Help, he's gaslighting me. Wait, okay, and what's the other half?
normal Anvisol. He doesn't have any other color in his other half.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Wow. Gotta love. What about all the other party members?
I mean, they're just big vibing.
They just be vibing.
Is there anything else of note in my little crystal?
Let me check your question.
My little crystal?
If there was a question, I may have missed it. Are you sure you sent it?
Oh, sorry. Is there anything else I see in my little crystal around?
Oh, in your crystal. With the chaos vision. Roll me a perception.
Look with your special eyes.
It's gonna be a tough one.
Looking. Perception 11.
Yeah, you see the slightest red thread kind of like poking off of the Priarch on the red side, but like the thread kind of fades and you don't see where it goes. It's a really tiny thread.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm sure that will be fine. Sure, that's all normal. Oh, does it like just extend
It's like
really
the
far?
crystal vision is just hard to like make out the details of this like tinier thread.
Okay. Well, that's good. Good things. Good stuff, guys. Y'all are all chaotic.
A little smidge.
Aren't we all a little bit? A little inside?
You could say that.
So, he's just mind which is kind of like, yep. And you can see like his purple kind of like flares a little bit and gets a little bit brighter, and then he like looks less in pain.
Less in pain.
So-
That's bad.
I take it all of us like get a sense of what Echo had just seen through their thoughts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone's thoughts are pretty mixed right now,
Mm,
which is good and potentially very bad.
Bori just rubs his head, and he just strings everywhere.
Mhm.
Players at LOL.
And
And
just like,
and he just looks to the Priarch. I guess it is both of our destinies to be nothing but tools for deities.
your voice is one of the many that I hear from the spirit continuum. Since I was a child, all of them. They speak to me, cry in anguish, scream for revenge against their killers, mourn the regrets of their youth, lament at the things left undone in their lives. There are times where I can't think a thought without 1,000 voices routing it out. But the power, boy, I am closer to the melody ha than any. Too close.
Yes,
Greater
that's not a
beings
good thing.
perhaps want to use that power to open a door. I can't see it, but I can feel it. They're clawing at it. And to Lady Ravgoth, the reality is I'm a loose end, an exploitable failure by her enemies. So, tools of the Raven Queen, different tools.
Not just her. Not just the Raven Queen. Not just
What do you
Lady
mean?
Loaf. But this chaos. It wants us as well.
Well, you say you're here to fight chaos, but look at yourself. You just like kind of like
Yes,
swats away some of the stuff. You're steeped in it, like
I
leaves
am.
of tea. You bear the mark of Lady Loaf. You reek of the same chaos, if that's what it is, that haunts me. We are both split. Darker and larger things pull at us both.
What if it could be different? What if we could not be overtaken by these things? Used by them. And he just looks up at Lady Lolf.
What kind of look are you giving her?
Just a like a not like a pissed off look, just like he's motioning towards her.
Gotcha. Should blow you a kiss.
Incredible.
No reaction.
She kind of pouts. He just... I know what I plan on doing Bori, I plan on destroying the spirit continuum. How about you?
Right now, the only thing going through my head, you can probably already guess. Vengeance. I want vengeance for Zubri. She is the one that had made me kill him just because she wants to use me as a tool to kill you.
Well, I guess it won't come to a shock to you when I say that I plan on destroying the spirit continuum with the Raven Queen still inside.
It's been a week.
Well.
Forgive me.
I think my favorite "it's been a week" thing is whenever the vampire hunter was stuck on the box.
It's been a week. Okay, yeah, you know what? That was pretty good.
Amazon has the best laugh takes. But
Yes, ma'am.
in order for my plan to work, Bori, I need to assimilate all 7 fragments of her will. Because when she tries to escape to the material realm, I shall deny her the vessel she has spent half a millennia building. Here is my predicament, Bori.
You need me.
As the rules currently stand, we both need each other to die. You have your friends, and, well, I'm pretty strong, but maybe I'm just vain.
You are pride.
It's true.
But what if there was another way? What if there was a way for both of us to live, in a sense?
How so?
Maybe there's some way that we fuse back together, but neither of us truly die. Together, we do things.
A bold
Right.
suggestion.
It is a suggestion. I do not know how to pull it off. Perhaps there is something that we can do with these psionic powers? Is that what they're called?
There are many
Perhaps there
names
is something there.
for the same things. Do you ever wonder how she got stuck in the spirit continuum?
But I have been thinking that. I think we tried to ask her at one point. And was all? When we had spoken to her?
We certainly tried.
She didn't exactly give an answer, if I remember correctly.
No, it wasn't the most forthcoming conversation.
Those are the gods, aren't they?
If it's truly like a prison, like this jail and this courthouse in which we stand, actions have consequences. What if justice has already been delivered? The earliest descriptions we have of her are that of an angel. You were there at the temple of the Raven Queen. You saw the statue. What angel thrives on souls? Doesn't feel right, Ori. What am I missing? What do you know?
Or will say the name that I cannot pronounce. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
The M name, Malak Ha-Mavet.
Malak Mavet. Name does not mean anything to me.
An angel of death. Nothing.
Angel of Death. Should I know them?
I
Just
don't know. I was approached by one, saved by one of these angels of death. What did he call himself? A dark avenger.
Huh.
Did we lose the GM? He's frozen
Oh, no.
on my end.
Uh-oh.
He's
No,
frozen
he's
on
just-
mine, too.
He's just really good at holding that fate
Oh.
now.
Let me toggle. Am I back?
Oh, you're
There
right.
he
Yes, he's down.
So strange. Holding that super pose.
Hmm.
It's a pretty powerful pose.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know.
They tried contacting me before we came into here, but
so
they couldn't reach me. I wonder why.
wasn't me.
Bor just gives like a really look.
The spirit continuum is quite strong here. It's
Oh, wild.
Sure.
I mean,
But they said that they have no affiliation with the Raven Queen, but they are close with death.
what did they say precisely?
Mm-hmm. Can I have Bori roll a history check? Because Joe doesn't remember.
You can roll.
9.
Boris like
I
interesting.
do not remember
Interesting.
the price. Bori will let him go through his memories.
Ooh.
Oh.
So that way everybody else also sees it. He'll
He
show
said-
the
Jeez.
time. It'll show the first time that he was saved at the Raven Queen's statue, but then he'll then jump to whenever he showed up.
He snaps his fingers, and all of you are back in Bori's room in the Splinter Shaft estate. And Mogra's like, damn, he's good. And you see this towering, epic, armored angel rolling
heck
through.
yeah.
I have his art anywhere.
I hope it was
I
some
do.
dope ass art.
It was
have
pretty
it.
cool.
I have it here. Yeah, so this guy visits Senor Bori. It's gonna be hard for me to get the stream to see it all, but and says when Bori asks, thank you, are you with the Raven Queen? He says, I am not the Raven Queen, nor do I work under her. I believe that is very close to verbatim what he said. I can fact check myself, but
I do remember he said that he was close with death, though.
yes, and then he said the death part. Yes,
Mhm.
so
That's him.
You say you want to work things out. As he just kind of keeps panning, you can feel like him like checking other things in your head.
Mm.
And he pulls out a strand, and he just weaves it into the shape of a cat. How can I trust you when you have promised to deliver me to the cat god Milkushia?
Oh,
And he
that
sends
bitch.
it.
Oh, I forget that shit.
You can see this memory just prancing around in the shape of a cat. Wolf just blasts it.
Oh man.
I fucking hate cats.
He's just so fair like, me too! Why would he now?
You know what, Priarch? Let's say you to killing a god, a cat.
Listen,
a
buddy,
cat
we
god.
could talk about this.
Like, I think it would honestly benefit everyone. Like, the fucking cats are everywhere. They fucking work with her. Like she's a fucking nuisance.
He just kind of like motions to like his living room TV over there, and you just see like a cat butt like on one screen, and like cats and cats and cats and cats and cats. They're all the feeds from his little Bori dolls that you all gave to Milkushi.
Oh, right.
You had them as eyes.
Shame.
That is hilarious. That is amazing.
You know, I like this channel.
Had to bring you
This
guys
is-
down here some way, and
I like this channel.
I like this.
Do not.
Echo just likes cat butt, apparently.
It's like big, it's zoomed in. It's like all you can see.
Regardless of the content, the idea is genius, actually. So this is how you were able to see everything. This is ingenious. I didn't know Cyanics could do this.
Well, it's one of my powers, you know. It's
Right.
let me check what level that is. Influence artisan, third order telepathy.
That is
Oh.
fascinating.
Ooh, alright, spicy boy.
That would be.
Can
Maury
you-
doesn't say it out loud, but like the thought going through is that would be awesome to fucking learn.
Can you show me? Like,
Yeah, like there's he completely forgets that like his thoughts are out loud. He's like, man, I really want to learn that. That'd be awesome.
I do have a quick question.
Oh, we like questions. Holy crap, it's 2.
Mhm.
What's your question?
holy crap, it's 2. Very true.
Sorry.
What happens to the spirits trapped in the Meldiha when you destroy it? And all future spirits from that point on. Do you know?
I have an extremely educated guess. And this information can be fact-checked by Mogra, Anvisal, some other, I wouldn't say experts, but very knowledgeable folk. Every soul in the spirit continuum, when it is destroyed, will be lost. Every soul. And even if you were to extract those souls into objects of power, and he just kind of raises his eyebrows, those too would be converted and would be lost, turned to raw power. The conversion, which is her handiwork, points to Mogra, is essentially another way of the death of a soul. But when we destroy the spirit continuum, if we can truly collapse that domain and not just let off the pressure, souls can once again go where they belong. And he just like starts listing off like hobgoblin names, many of them Bloodfang. Rugger's like, sounds cool, don't know who they are. He's like, all of them. They likely will never know peace. But that can change.
It is either never know peace, but finish your existence with a purpose, or continue your existence in the afterlife in nothing but anguish. And then potentially with whatever, if nothing is done,
It sounds like there is a greater evil out there.
Ah.
Let me tell you something. The well. I'm surprised you haven't already asked about it.
we were getting there, but
Yeah.
go on.
We were
I made a
getting
deal
there.
with our friend, the Lady Loth. She wished to learn a way into the spirit continuum, and I wished for the voices in my head to stop. She took away my pain, and in exchange, I brought those from the surface through the well, as we tested how one might enter the spirit continuum without becoming trapped as a soul forever. We've all done things that we aren't proud of. We've all have gone against our values in some way or another. This is a court, and there is room for judgment for me in that regard. But I have a feeling I might not be the only one on that stand.
Yeah, well. I'm judgmental, but I'm not a judge.
I am not a judge either, but it seems that my purpose was to be an executioner. Although I don't feel I should be. For the one passing judgment is simply the one that is not getting what she wants.
And an angel of death courts you? Or visits you?
Da. Says he has no affiliation or does not work under her. Did not say if he benefited from her defeat or not. Simply gave me an option to not turn into a terrible thing.
We still have one problem, Lori.
And what is
I
that?
don't know how long we can both exist. The rest were intrinsically drawn to me. And as I slayed them, I grew, and so did those that came. I don't know how to reconcile this.
So what you are saying is you want to fight regardless.
I don't want to fight if I don't have to.
It's seeming like we do not have to.
And what do you suggest?
Or he's like, we don't fight. No.
No. For one, no, we do not fight. But we find a way to work together. Try to find a way to exist together. Or, if it is at all possible, join together without neither of us dying, truly.
The weight of my power will always be a beacon. Let's say you turn a blind eye to me. Let's say I choose my own road. But I will not for a second believe the Raven Queen will leave me to my own devices. I feel she will send others to fight, even if it is not the 7 deadly sins. I fear that if the spirit continuum breaks, she has a pretty strong vessel established to assume control of.
And
it's
who
not me.
or what could it be?
Looks at you, Bori.
Yeah, it looks at you. I was gonna say.
Me?
Why do
Well.
you think we exist, Bori? If you strike me down, there is a good chance, if my guess is right, and I'm a pretty good guesser, maybe that's just the vanity, but that you will become the avatar of Ravgath herself. Why else would she send pieces of herself through the prison that she is restrained in? She is building, Bori. And if I stand atop this pile, I will do everything in my power to deny her control. But you may lose who you are. If she assumes either one of us, we may effectively cease to exist. The only way I can protect myself is by shedding the burden I carry. If I could clear the curse of this Raven Queen. The voices, the power, the gift, the curse. If I slay you, Bori, I have all 7 fragments, all of the power to fight and deny her. My connection's different. It's vulnerable. I have fought her will and her minions for 500 years. And maybe it's the vanity, but I know that I can deny her when the time comes. I don't know if you can, Bori. You're built different. So here lies the conundrum. Do I put my faith unknowingly? In fact, I have no way of verifying. Put my life on the line.
Or just looks over to Amvizal and Echo. What are your all's thoughts on this?
I have something I can offer, though I can't say for certain if it's been tried at this point. You've been alive a very, very long time. Almost unfathomable to a human like me. There is something. And Amazon's gonna flip through his notes really quick here. Just the stare of this guy. You mentioned what I'm hearing is you just want some peace and quiet. You don't want to be bothered by gods and their plans. You don't want to be exploited. You don't want the souls of the dead knocking at your door when you're just trying to live your life. It sounds like you've been denied that.
Want to live the life that I could have lived had I not been decided before my birth, my purpose, my failure, my fate.
What if I told you I could make you an artifact that would make you undetectable, invisible, impossible to trace even by a god?
This kind of raises his eyebrow. Bold claims.
Yes, well, I don't make them lightly. I'm listening.
kinda like-
Face.
Like, what do you got?
The foundation for the project would be a cloak of inconspicuousness. It'd be something that you could never take off. However, it would shield you from prying eyes, both magical and that of the mind. It would be an undertaking to create something like this. One hasn't been created, to my understanding, on this side of the continent in who knows how long. I know how, but I do not have the supplies or the components to be putting this together. That's something that I can offer, though it is a band-aid fix. We would still need to address the problem of what to do with Ravgoth and the Spirit Continuum, Pandemonium. There's a lot on the horizon, but it would give you some time. Even if Ravgoth did find a way to see through it, it would allow us the space we need to come up with a better conclusion, rather than having you two duke it out, or my friend here becoming an avatar for a goddess that I am slowly growing distasteful of.
Duh.
I have my own goals here, and right now, it's to not have the city with the woman I love burn. That's first and foremost on my agenda. If you hold any love for the people that raised you, the hobgoblins that you grew up beside, and looking at the council here, I can tell you still care about even the fallen bloodline. You still care. That much is apparent. We're asking for your help. It was not them who forsook you. It was Ravgoth. And if you know that Bori is the last, you know he's at least one with half a brain. He can be reasoned with. He's not an avatar just yet. And I feel like we can, with your immeasurable experience, both lived and, well, prying from the claws of the dead, which I admire, I must add. I'm sure we can come up with a conclusion that fits us all. To find you a life, to get Bori his back, Echo to uncover your past, and hopefully me to settle down one of these days. But none of us can do any of these things right now, because there's too many pressing things on the horizon. So I say we work together, at least for now.
Wouldn't she also have a much harder time coming back if her like receptacle is splintered?
You know,
Sorry, Bori, no
I-
offense.
No, I
So-
understand what you're saying. Duh.
now,
Isn't what she is wanting? She's wanting all of the power in one body.
that's actually a really good point now that I think about it.
She, like you say, maybe this is just what she is wanting. Maybe you thinking that you needing my power to kill me, take it. What if that is just a thought planted in your head?
Well,
And that is just what is going to fulfill what she needs. What if she wants all of her 7 sins in one place?
some conjecture to that. Right, because you were fated to fight. I suppose it is your flaw to be prideful, which it works.
Makes
I-
sense.
I want to point out, you mentioned that Bori was initially raised. Both of you were raised to be a receptacle for Lolth. You've grown more powerful than...
Not Lolth.
Oh.
At least
No.
not to my knowledge.
No,
Looks at
sorry,
her
that
like,
was a Freudian slip. Forgive me. I'm still worried. I'm still
Ooh.
deeply worried. What I meant to say was Ravgoth. You were both raised to be receptacle of Ravgoth. You have chosen your own path by gaining strength and fighting off those that would wish to usurp you. Bori seems to be choosing his path to become an incarnate of death. Would that not make him an invalid host? Choosing and binding to something of equal measure to Ravgoth. Let him cook, is all I'm saying. No.
Let him cook.
I think Anvizal is onto something. Both
You
both of
say-
them.
he's just going through, he's asking questions about chaos.
He's like, there's a lot of good points. Evazal is very pointedly ignoring his own goals here.
Tell me about what's going on in the spirit continuum.
Oh. Right now, it is my understanding that Pandemonium is trying to devour the Spirit Continuum and use it as a breach through the Prince of Frost and Darkness as a walking lapse in reality that it is. Should they win, my understanding is they would breach, quickly consume the city that is Calgary, possibly again. And run rampant over the land. For how long, I don't know. You might be fine hiding in your hole, but I don't think that's the life you want to live.
Seems you want the life. Just away from all of this.
Hold on, I gotta take this. No. No. Envizal starts tripping over his words for half a second. The products. Envizal is gonna pop his don't scry my brain Mentos real quick.
No.
For reasons, don't worry about it. He's just being a little sussy.
I'm a little worried about it, I'm not gonna lie.
You should be. You legitimately should be.
This is all very worrying.
It's fine. It's not fine. Definitely not fine at all.
Jerkbait, check your Discord.
Giving me a real heckin' concern.
Big brain.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been sifting through everyone's memories, trying to understand what's going on in the spirit continuum.
It's all
Problem
is-
with your plans, they seem good intentioned. He pops, he snaps his fingers, and he says, "Open." And nothing, no reactions trigger, but he uses a power.
Bori is watching it.
yeah, Boris like, write that down, write that down.
Yeah. If it's of an order that he can use, Bori's writing that shit down.
So he opens a circular hole beside him and looks in to the spirit continuum.
Mm.
Good, I'm so glad. Happy for you, buddy.
And you guys see a gnarly battle that doesn't look good.
So he just Doctor Stranges this real quick. Like, he's
Yeah.
like, what's going on in here? Oh.
Oh.
And he looks in and he says, "It looks like we have everything but time.
Yeah, we actually were hoping to wrap this up by this afternoon. We've got...
Yes.
I need to work this a little bit to be talent flavored, but that's the intent with this.
That's really cool.
Is it third order or lower?
No.
Oh.
Let me do a quick vibe check with everyone.
Fight!
Yeah.
Players and characters, all right? Let's start with Bori. So as a player, what are you leaning towards?
As a player, like I'm leaning towards what Echo had said. Like that them fighting and them absorbing each other's power is what Ravgoth wants. And so like Bori's wanting to work together instead of killing each other.
Okay. And so that's what Bori's wanting to. It sounds like you guys are aligned.
Yeah. That's what I'm wanting. That's what Bori wants.
What's Sharkbait feeling as a player?
As a player, I also think that that's probably what she is wanting. As a character, Echo didn't know who Ravgoth was a week and a half ago, so like Echo's just like on this wild ride. He just loves his friends and he just wants to support them. And he's like, "Oh, we're switching, okay." Like he's a little confused, but like he's here for it.
Friends, Echo, you're so precious.
So Echo's being a good friend, right? Being supportive.
He's like, I thought we were like going for Ravgoth, but okay, guys, whatever you want.
No, Freemy isn't here anymore now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Freemy.
Yeah.
So what's Alu feeling as a player?
Okay, so me as a player, I think it's really interesting, the idea of teaming up with him. I also think that we need to get close to him regardless. As a player. I'm saying that in the most neutral way possible. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
What's Amazol feeling?
Amazon's like, man, this guy's life has just been truly terrible. Like, sorry, bud, that's rough. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, yikes, big yikes.
Never miss leg day.
Never missed leg day. Yeah, this guy's just been training. Like, damn, dude, what keeps you going? What have you been training so hard for? Like, I just want to have a family. Like, oh, okay, if you say so. Yeah, Amazol's on board right now. Like, he has 0, like, buy-in for Ravgoth. Like, Ravgoth, he doesn't give a fuck. Like, right? Like,
I think Bori is the only one at the moment where he has negative rapport with Ravgoth right now.
Yeah.
Like, he probably he wants her dead.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's like, yeah, okay, she's manipulative. Like, who's not? Like, all right, whatever. At the same time, he's also thinking, so she's intrinsically tied to the spirit continuum, which is like the one thing stopping the city from being nuked right now, I'm pretty sure. So he's like, unless we figure out a solution, like lesser of two evils, right? He's got to figure that out. He has no buy-in for Ravgoth. It's just she's, the person holding the shield right now. So he's like, good job. I'm kind of picking up what the Prioric's putting down. Like, this is, like, clearly it's not working. Ravgoth being in charge. Like, we need to figure out a new solution. If you want some, like, deeper things, like, Amphassol's like, how do we get Bori to become an angel of death, and then to eat Ravgoth? And probably also the Priarch. I'm sorry, buddy. Like, I'm not saying this out loud. And then, like, just kind of saddle up that spirit continuum, tie that off neatly, or figure out a better solution. Because if he can figure out that whole spirit of death, shenanigans, like what she's been doing, like keeping people in permastasis, like it's not okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And-
as a player, I wish there was a way to tie up the spirit continuum without destroying literally everyone inside. But again, like
Well, it mostly sounds like we're gonna have to find a new way forwards together. Because what
Yeah.
she's been doing has been a band-aid fix for a very long time, right?
yeah.
Which
And it's a band-aid that didn't have any kind of like cleaning before it was put on, so it's just been festering the
Festering.
entire time.
not just that, but we haven't necessarily like had another boss in charge, right? So like we don't know what the other options are. We just know that this one isn't working, right?
Yeah.
So
Exactly. It's like it's uncharted territory.
I'm just saying, times have changed, old man. No,
Shame.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling so far.
Cool. Very cool.
Sounds like, I guess the vote is to work with the Priarch.
Try to convince him at least.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, brother.
If he isn't already convinced.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys are gonna laser beam the spirit continuum together, but it's gonna have to happen, I think.
We'll figure it out.
So,
Hold on.
how much do I want to torture Joe?
Yeah. It is also 2:30 and Joe's brain is mush.
Yeah, I'm like, Okay, well, I'm gonna hold on to this piece. How do I want to end the session?
Right? Well, I'm sorry. I've made the executive decision. You all have to stay up till 5 in the morning. Shame.
Joke's on you. 5 is when I leave for work.
Oh, no.
I think Joe is going to roll a persuasion check with advantage after having significantly changed the DC. Don't roll it yet.
Okay. I just have advantage clicked at the moment. Okay.
This DC will determine two things. Your very good argument against his pride, against what he feels needs to be done. Everything on the table, man. And it's going to determine how strongly he suggests the only alternative in his mind to combat right here on the stage. The DC has been reduced to a 9 and was a lot
9.
higher. It was a lot higher.
Ori? Roll one.
Before you roll it, is that fair?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Ansel?
Right.
Alu? Is that fair?
You know? Alright. Yep. That's
Are
fair.
you sure? This is the chance to like tell me
I
what
know.
you're feeling.
I like the number 7 personally, lucky number 7, but 9. Come on, it's a 9. It's a 9. Just don't roll a 1 or a 2. No.
I think it's more than.
There
But, well, by the
is-
way, Bori,
So,
what is your like plus?
I will say this. It is going to be a straight roll. Bori has a +0.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
what,
Bori is not the charismatic.
This is a boss fight that we somehow wormed our way out of. All right, guys. Like, I feel like a 9 is
Says
win.
you, slaps him across the face.
Oh my god.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not gonna look.
I'm not gonna look either. All right. Ready,
Okay,
GM?
I'll look. I'll drive the car.
Well, Bori's driving. You guys are just the.
No, Boris got his foot on the pedal. And is
Uh,
all steering.
I'm just all steering.
all right. Here we go.
Ooh, it's a 16
Oh.
or a 17.
17.
That was stressful.
Mahak Mahavet. Thank God.
And we end the session.
Oh boy.
Giving me the real heckin' concern right now.
All right. Well, I was TwoHands.
Was? No.
Was.
No.
Still got him. Who was I playing with today?
Good evening, everyone. I am Anvizol Erlenor. I am Anvizol. I'm Anvizol now. No. I go by Aludriea Luna. Let me wipe my brain matter from my nose. My goodness. I had a lot of fun this session. Thank you for tuning in. It was an absolute pleasure. We're all doing a little bit of bad, except Echo. Echo's done nothing wrong. Echo's the best of us.
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy.
Echo's just best boy.
Just goodest boy.
I am Joe. I played Bori Krios, the guy who doesn't know what the hell is going on with his life now. Apparently, persuader of Priarchs.
That's a pretty cool title. That's all I'm saying.
I do like that. It's an alliteration. That's good. You should keep that.
Priorchs. Yeah, that's sounded pretty good.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sharkbait. I was playing Echo, the very confused and stinky guy coming at you hot. At the end
Hopefully
of the
Amazing.
not.
Coming at you hot. What a legend.
Please no, that just makes it smell worse.
The stinkiest of boys.
season. Very smelly.
Incredible.
Nice. Well, thank you all for tuning in. I had fun too, and we'll see you